hopefully you can all hear us.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the final table of the Pokercode Festival main event. I'm hearing a bit of an echo.
Hello. Yeah, that's better. Hello, welcome back.
There we go.
We were having a little chat about some of the players before. We had some technical issues with the stream, and I don't know if you guys would have heard what we said, but none of it was majorly important. We were just saying that we knew a couple of the players. Seat 9 is Max Sills, who is a high-stakes online player. Seat 8 is a guy called Constantine, who I know relatively well. We've played a bit together, and a very solid player. This is Alex, chip leader. And Vlado All-In is a Slovakian local who George and I both rate quite highly.
Yeah, I think he's one of the better Slovakian live regs for sure.
Yeah.
In the middle of your screen now is a guy that I got to know through the PLO cash games. He's an online 2-5. Yeah, that's it. Online 2-5, 1-2, 5-10 kind of level PLO reg. Very strong player. That's kind of the interesting sort of side aspect of the Pokercode Festival. It's not necessarily been the softest event, but it's been great in terms of networking. It's been great in terms of, you know, just meeting people that are sort of like-minded and in a kind of similar wavelength as yourself.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nice. What the blinds? Any idea? 20k, 40k?
It looks like 15-30 by the looks of it.
15-30 all in for.
Why is the
7 bigs?
Why is the big blind overcalling his king?
Yeah, not sure about. Yeah, not sure. This is like a pretty clear jam with ace king, like very very clear. This is not a situation you really want to be in. I like Tim's flat. It's very tempting to just shove ace jack there. Effect 20 big blinds effective with the big blind, just trying to obviously clear out your equity. You put the big blind in a super tough spot with a hand like pocket 9s, even pocket 10s, ace queen offsuit, just like really in the bin. Whether the big blind knows that or not is another story, but he's overcalled ace king, so we've got to assume he's being on the cautious side. But yeah, I see him a bit of a tricky game. Yeah, nothing to do for either player so far. Pretty standard, just checking it down. Tim should be pretty happy with his hand, assuming he has the best hand the majority of the time, but he is going to see some bad news.
He's going to be a bit perplexed by the showdown, I think.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for Vlado, who just seems to make a run in every tournament in Bratislava, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
It would be good if we could get everybody's first name.
Yeah. We'll have a look on hendonmob/Wikipedia.
So Alexander, a bit of a runaway chip leader at the moment. He's got like almost 30 big blinds clear of second place. Over 30 bigs actually, 33 bigs clears. Yeah, over 1 million chips clear at 30k big blinds. So crushing it. We've got a pretty deep final table here. Smallest stack now 20 bigs, 118 bigs for chip leader. Average is looking about 40 to 50 big blinds. So it's going to be a good amount of hands to play before this is done.
Yeah, so just having a look on Poker News now, it says that Alex is a Pokercode member.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are.
Yeah, what does that entail, just in terms of the training content?
Yeah, just a subscription to the training, I assume.
Which, in my opinion, is a great training tool, because it's not so much about the cold hard maths or you know,
it's not super. I mean, it is. There is a lot of solver work in there, but it's not like it's not pure solver. It's a lot of insight from
Fedor himself.
Yeah, and high level players, just about actual poker.
Which for me is what it's all about. You know, like it can get a little bit carried away in terms of you got to check raise this percentage or you got to open that percentage, but in terms of the actual game itself, it's an intuitive game. That's why I play the game. That's what kind of scratches my itch to compete, and I think the Pokercode course does that really well.
Agreed.
So in the hijack, the chip leader, King 10 off, great hand to open, and unfortunately has run into it on this occasion.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to be done here. King 10 offsuit. Not really going to be expecting a sort of middling to higher stack to be going after you here. Usually going to be fairly honest. And just gets away.
So it's just over 25k up top and 17k per second, I think, something around that mark. And everybody will have locked up a amount less than that at the moment. Not really sure how much, to be honest. Didn't look. Probably
somewhere around
in
3,000.
Yeah, 2,000 to 3,000 euros, I would guess. It's kind of common. You get like 10% of what first gets for getting 8th or 9th. So. Pocket 8s for max, pretty standard stuff.
For sure. In terms of the bottom pair, would it be something like pocket 5s here that he'd be opening, or would he just let that go and sort of 6s plus?
Depends on where the chip leader is at the table.
I think he's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, so Matt's going to open pretty wide then with his pairs. Just everybody's under so much pressure to fold more pre-flop, and you end up just getting it through so often that, I mean, in an ICM situation, like 8s and 5s are not really very different in terms of opening.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he would expect him to open 4s and 5s. Obviously, that changes hugely if you're a shorter stack, but Max is a very competent player with second in chips at the moment. So,
have you watched much of the BCP replays of the higher stakes stuff on GG?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, not on GG. I mostly watch Stars stuff actually.
He's a common fixture. Actually, there was a really good one, which was him, Kaki T, and Dan Bilzerian on the same table.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Kaki T was streaming it, and he was saying that he was just having an awful time playing against Max, basically, and he was sort of trying to avoid him at all costs. It was quite interesting.
Which is a nice compliment when you're a poker player.
For sure. Yeah.
I don't like playing against you.
Yeah, he sat on that crazy 5-card game a couple of nights ago, and I wouldn't say starstruck, but I really like to ask these kind of guys questions about their approach to the grind, what they think about the sort of the poker climate per se. And he said the same thing that we've been talking about for the last in the last stream, which was that the guys that come up, they're technically very solid, but they just have this thing in the back of the mind that they think people are going after them all the time, and it's not really
lack that side of poker, like we were talking about a minute ago. Just lack that the real world psychology involved in humans playing against humans. There's so much that comes down to it that it's not when you're playing, especially live poker. When you sit down and play live poker, you're never just sitting down and playing like a solve a game of chess. You solve a game of poker. You're just playing like a game where everybody there has their own interpretation of the game. They have their own style. You got to assume that most people don't study regularly.
Absolutely.
Even the guys that do are going to be all studying different stuff. They're all going to have different areas of the game that they're a bit stronger at. Some stuff they don't know. There's going to be some people that only kind of get their information secondhand, don't do any studying themselves. There's going to be people that study all the time. There's just so many different player types and so many different levels every time you play that you have to be very ready to adjust in every hand.
Yeah. And for me, when I play live Hold'em and I see those guys that you can tell they're doing a lot of work off the table, but they're not adjusting to the live dynamic in the best way. You know, they're not very chatty at the table. They're kind of a little bit reserved, and there's a lot of ways in which I feel as a professional poker player, you should be engaging your audience. You know, you should be talking to the recreationals. You should be creating a dynamic for yourself rather than just kind of sitting there 3-bet or folding. You know, there's a lot of things you can do to.
Yeah, I'm not much of an engager at the table. Obviously, you know that, but I'm not much of an engager, but I still like to create dynamics.
Yeah.
Just there's other ways you can create dynamics just through playing hands.
Spicy play.
Yeah. Spicy play and making sure people know that you're playing against them. You know, like making it clear during hands that
you're there to battle.
Yeah. Deuces in the cutoff, 23 bigs.
Just an open fold, I believe.
Yeah, we definitely want to be just folding this one in an ICM situation. The weak pocket pairs just perform so badly when you're a short stack.
Terrible blocker qualities.
No relevant blockers. You're blocking auto folds from the blinds.
Yeah, I think ace deuce off would be a better open.
Much better, yeah.
Yeah. Or, you know, king 5 suited, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Does get it through though, so we'll be happy with that one.
Yep.
And do we get any names? I'd like to do some Hendo mobbing.
Yep. We'll have a little look.
Ace 10 off under the gun. This is obviously a pretty standard open when you're one of the big stacks. Much better blocker qualities.
For sure.
Fine hand to open. Ace king, yeah, no option other than all in.
Yeah.
And ace 10 will be definitely folding. Fine from both.
For sure.
Nothing else to do there.
So the chip leader buyer actually won a free trip through Simon Ronau, who we saw yesterday on the 5K table, through his cash game contest. So he's free rolling the event, and he's come into the final table with the chip lead for 25k. Won 3 months Pokercode sub during Stefan's cash promo, and won a package for Bratislava through that as well. He's a student, and the info is that this is a hell of a lot of money for him. So, as it would be for a lot of people.
Yep.
25,000, that's no mean feat. So let's see how he adjusts to that. So he's just going to limp him with the Queen 5 suited.
Just saw him being worried about paying the parking in Bratislava because he's struggling for money, struggling financially, or well, not struggling, but you know.
Yeah.
At that stage of your poker career, so yeah, great opportunity for him. He's going to be buzzing, but you got to make sure you keep your emotions under control in a spot like this and maximise the opportunity.
Limps in, flops a gut shot. No other real equity here, but fancies a stab at the bot. So goes for about a 30% bet. Gets a call, which is nice. The Jack 6 of diamonds just very happy to continue in position here.
Yeah, no need to raise with a hand this strong. Just got a great bluff catcher for the first couple of streets, and then make some decisions on the river. We've got a nice hand for buyer, but yeah, tough turn to carry on bluffing when we just unblock a load of draws that can continue and don't really block any pairs. Like obviously you're always blocking pairs, but it's a limped pot blind versus blind, so his pair range is just super wide. So yeah, we can't be like, oh well, we block 8-5 of hearts. It's just like, well, he has 8-5, 8 deuce off, like he has every 8
He's
possible.
Got almost the deck.
Yeah. Interesting to see what size he chooses here.
Does he go for sort of 80, or is he gonna 120?
120 into 200 seems okay.
Yeah.
Potentially a bit on the big side, considering the strength of our actual hand. I don't think our 8x needs to bet super big either, because so many of Alex's hands are just basically drawing dead.
Yeah. Queen highs, king highs.
Yeah, and our exact hand as well. Like we just benefit
really
by betting
anything.
smaller, getting called by weaker hands, potentially allowing him to turn some gut shots and stuff into a bluff, and also just like giving ourselves a better price if he does decide to check raise. Very tough to face a check raise there against once we bet big and then get check raise, we'd be in a very dicey spot.
What are we cooking up here under the gun with the 8-4 suited?
I'm not sure what the tank's about here, to be honest.
Yeah. Bit of theatrics.
What am I going to do, man? It's so tough. I just can't open anything here. I can't catch a break. Constantine potentially going to open this one. It makes it okay steal in an ICM situation. Just the 2 high card blockers much stronger, and people obviously playing naturally tighter versus the open, but he does let it go, which I think is the better decision.
Yeah. And I think looking around at the table, the average age seems quite low. Max will probably feel like the money is going to be very significant to a lot of the players.
Yeah.
And just start to sort of push the boundaries wherever he can.
Yes, put the hammer down. A good fold from C1, whose name I don't know. It starts with an F. So I'm going to guess if he's German, it's probably something like Frederick or Franz. I don't know, but we'll call him Freddy for now.
Freddy for now.
Freddy in seat 1, obviously showing some ICM awareness there, just kind of snap folding 6s versus a hijack open in the cut-off, which is the right play and something that recreationals probably wouldn't find necessarily intuitive, especially off that stack size. So showing some good understanding there. Yeah, Max. Ooh, Alex with the 3-bet against Max's open. Very nice play.
Chip leader,
very nice play.
10-9 suited.
Yeah.
And you can obviously call
Putting the hammer down early. I like it. Obviously, again, showing a good understanding of ICM, understanding that although Max is a big stack, Alex can still just really put him under pressure, because he knows that Max is going to be still opening quite wide. He's obviously going to know who Max is too, knows he's a very strong player, and knows he's not going to be afraid of opening up. So yeah, 10-9's making a nice free bet there.
Targeting the wider range.
Yeah, just putting all of his pairs under pressure. It immediately just puts like ace queen off under like intense pressure, even ace king off. Like, what's he supposed to do? 80 big blinds deep with ace king. Yeah.
Not clicking it back, just peeling.
No, we're just peeling and playing out position every time. So.
10-8 suited now for Max. And I think for the min raise, 9-6 off will probably continue here. It's one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, I think we do just want to fold.
Fold?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be much tighter with those offsuit defends in ICM situations, especially in shorter stack depths.
He was clear last though, no?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. although he's clear last, it's not like he's got like 10 bigs and he's desperate for a double up. He's still got 33 bigs or something. There's plenty of play to be had, and just you want to be tight and staying as close to the rest of the pack as possible.
And avoiding spots out of position versus a very strong player.
Exactly, yeah. He might not know that Max is a strong player. I'm sure he's not particularly clued up in who's who online, but yeah, it's definitely just wants to be folding that, and like 8-9 off it, defend, and 9-7's a little bit dicey, to be honest. So.
So 9's on the button, dream spot.
Yep, pretty good. Not going to be doing very much folding against either player. Only less than 40 big blinds effective with both 9s. Just way too strong here. Yep, like just folding ace-8. Jack 3 just again hitting the muck as well.
Pretty solid stuff so far.
Yeah, nothing too spicy yet, but we'll get there, I'm sure. Nice open from Tim. Just the ace-x blocker a lot more relevant in the ICM situations. I mean, it's a fine open in Chippy V, but just becomes a little bit stronger in ICM situation. People folding more pre-flop. Yeah, Constantine not going to be folding this one. Pretty easy defend for him. Playing about 22, 23 big blinds. Pretty good flop for Constantine. Tim is going to be opening a decent amount of ace-x stuff and in the ace-x offsuit stuff from the cutoff, as well as like obviously some offsuit broadways. I think probably down to like something like Jack 10 offsuit. So he can have a bunch of like pair plus draw here. Obviously going to have a lot of suited stuff himself, which misses, and some flushes, but a pretty easy just pure call for Constantine.
Yeah.
No need to do anything else. And he's just going to be looking to kind of check, cool down, hoping the pot doesn't get too inflated. And I can't see Tim taking off with this.
Would you say it's a mistake for people to bet range for the small size on this board, or not?
No, I'm not 100% sure in terms of in an ICM situation, but on monotone in a Chippy V situation, it's very, very standard to just bet like 20% with your whole range. I can't see that changing much in ICM, so I imagine it's just a fine bet, especially when we cover the big blind. Just king, especially. Yeah, there are also. It's important to not just group all the monotone boards together. Like something like King Jack 8 is much better for the opener, even if it's monotone. It's much better for the opener than like 4, 5, 6 monotone against the big blind. So these, especially the king high ones, the ace high ones, the queen high ones, the jack high ones, there's a lot more c-betting going on, and he's probably going to start checking more of the more connected lower or middle boards that connect with the big blind's range a bit more. So yeah, it does shut down, pretty standard. I think Constantine could go for, I'm just going to call him Constantine because that's what I know his name is. I think Constantine could go for a block there on the river.
Slither of value.
Yeah, when it goes check on the turn, I don't think Tim's going to have a huge amount of King X. once Constantine doesn't raise the flop. Constantine's obviously incentivized to get more value and more protection for his kind of value hands, and a lot of his value hands are going to be vulnerable, except for like the flop nut flush. Doesn't really have sets ever because he would always jam pre-flop kings, jacks, and eights. So he's really has like flushes or then just a bunch of one pair stuff. So when Tim doesn't barrel, I think king six is pretty much always the best hand, and Tim can also just have a bunch of second pairs with a heart,
jack,
pocket queens, you know, pocket tens with a heart, a bunch of stuff that's just in quite a tough spot on the river when. Constantine can still have a lot of draws that missed. He can still have the open enders. He can still have like queen 10 with a heart, 10-9.
Feels unlikely that Tim would reopen the betting as well once it goes check on the turn.
Yeah, very unlikely to get raised on the river. If you do, we've just got a pretty trivial fold with something like king 6. Not really any relevant blockers to hero call with.
So queen 10 off versus +1. Trivial fold, max with 10-9 off in the big blind versus the chip leader. Decent price, connected offsuit. Calming in.
Pure defend for sure. Does have to be careful in this situation though, being out of position against the chip leader. So he's going to be proceeding with caution, but 10-9 just a strong hand. It's going to just be a range bet for a small size on this board. We do tend to use kind of slightly smaller sizes than normal in ICM environments as well. So expect to see up to 60k, but
something are just far more efficient, aren't they?
Yeah.
And people are under defending based on the dynamic.
Yeah, it does go for the 45k, so the quarter pot, which is the nice size there.
That's very nice.
Good play. Just so efficient and no need to bet any bigger against the big blind. He just continues with a king and a 6 and that's it. Continues with the gut shots regardless. So our overall range, obviously we're going to whiff more often than we're going to connect with the board. So our range is just, very happy to put small bets in.
Yeah. It's like a pretty high standard of poker from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, so far very solid. Very solid.
Yeah.
Couple of missteps from some of the players we might be more likely to expect it from. We saw the ace king overcall and the pocket deuces open, but I would peg those guys so far to just be slightly more on the recreational side.
Yeah.
But everybody else from the poker code side of things seems to be playing very solid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is fine as the chip leader.
Sorry, chip leader, for sure. So
7's in a very tough spot. Probably just going to be a fold.
I'd imagine so, yeah. Very disciplined lay down there.
Yeah. It just sucks to be cold calling in no man's land with good strong players behind, only 33 big blinds deep.
Versus that uncapped range.
Yeah, versus the uncapped range against the chip leader who's shown to be quite aggressive and solid so far.
Who has a license to kind of go after you post.
Go after you. Just puts you absolutely in the bin post flop. So on the button, we would obviously peel. Maybe in the cutoff, we could be tempted, but hijack, we're just a bit too vulnerable there.
For sure. Too many players behind. Kind of a medium stack, not really incentivized to jump in.
Yeah, I think ace 4 off is
might be a fold,
venturing into the ranges of being folded as well, just versus under the gun. Again, versus the under the gun chip leader. The problem with these hands is that an aggressive chip leader can end up getting you to fold top pair on the river.
Yeah, and you're in a dangerous spot here already.
Yeah, it's just like now what, we're very vulnerable against draws. He's going to have a lot of good potential bluffs, and I mean Alex is going to for sure barrel this one off.
Yeah.
I can't see him doing
especially if he
else.
finds a diamond.
Yeah, like the kind of 4 turn, deuce turn. This might slow him down.
Yeah.
Just because Bernhauser, Freddy, is going to be under defending offsuit Jack X and stuff like that, and 5X, and also under defending them pre-flop and on the flop, so he is a bit more weighted to the ace-X kind of hands.
Yeah.
But yeah, trips is obviously a different thing trying to get somebody to fold trips than it is just trying to fold weak one pair. And obviously, Freddy would have jammed a lot of his stronger ace-X pre-flop. I think against the chip leader, he's likely to jam ace queen, and potentially ace-jack suited, but definitely ace queen and ace king, and obviously jacks. 5s would be in there as a defend, but check on the turn. Lining up something like 125, which is around half pot. Snap fold from Alex, which is nice. Realizes that we're probably just under bluffing here.
Yeah.
Some of his gut shots that missed have showdown value against a wide chip leader range anyway, like king queen, king
those
10.
gut shots that missed are going to be more weighted around the king highs. There's not those like low wheel gut shots based on the ICM.
He's not going to have 3-4 or anything like that. He probably just, I mean, he might peel the suited ones pre. I think it would be a mistake.
Yeah. Versus the chip leader for sure.
Jack suited, just going to be hitting the mark. Yeah, Constantine going to be opening this one. Does have an aggressive player on the button, but his hand is just too strong to be folding. And Max isn't going to take the 3-bet spot every time. It is going to be frequent, and unfortunately, I mean, yeah, this one is almost certainly going to make it. Does elect to just peel, which I think is okay, but I think just trying to put the pressure on the shorter stacks and the medium stacks as a chip leader or effective chip leader is the good play. And also you just get the actual chip leader in the big blind to fold. You take away a squeeze spot from the small blind who has a jamming stack, and we just put Constantine's range under like immediate pressure, because Constantine's going to still have in the cutoff a bunch of offsuit broadways, a bunch of suited connectors, all of the weaker pocket pairs, a bunch of this kind of offsuit semi-weak ace-x, and even hit the top of his range, like the ace-jack suited and stuff like that, is going to be in a pretty tricky situation. So yeah, I would elect to 3-bet the ace-7 of diamonds. I don't think calling is a bad play by any stretch. Check on the flop, so a second pair for Consti. Buy a flop in the gut shot, did have the backdoor flush draw, but no extra equity on the turn, and Max really has very little to do. I see Consti going for a bet now. The effective nuts when the big blind just checks for a second time. We can remove most king X from his range, and when Max hasn't bet the flop in positioners, we can kind of do the same thing. Both of them will still have some, especially in kind of ICM situation, there'll be a bit more checking, like button's going to check back some king jack and some king 10 on the flop a bit more often, and the big blind's going to check twice with like his king 6 suited and stuff a bit more often. But Consti does find the value bet, gets it through. Nice hand, sir.
Seems to be playing very well so far. With that info that it's life-changing money for him, regardless of the outcome. Nice to see him taking initiative. So you see there 3,000, the min cash for the 9th, up all the way to 25,000 for the winner.
Yep.
And great structure. 85 big blinds down to 17.
Yeah, very nice.
Loads of play.
Consti, I think, pretty solid online player. From I don't really keep up with his online too much, but I know he plays a bunch, and I think he obviously does pretty well. I would assume.
Hammer Muller.
Hammer Muller, yeah.
Yeah.
Aces for Tim. That's what you like to see when it's the final table. Under the gun, he does have the problem of just looking insanely strong opening under the gun as a middle stack, so unlikely to get a huge amount of action unless it's cooler central, but he could still, we can still play pots against the big blind, and
yeah, good things can happen.
That's going to do it. Unlucky Consti.
Ouch. That's brutal.
Yeah, this is just going to be a jam.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be 3-bet calling as not the short stack, or not a huge stack, so he's going to be going for maximum protection. Doesn't want to be playing pots with a low SPR.
Yeah.
and it doesn't
40k big blind now.
40k, yes. It's got 25 bigs, but even up to like 30 to 35 bigs, we can be jamming ace king here. So yeah, it does get it in, and it's going to be a disappointing end to the tournament for him.
That's brutal, but that's tournament poker, really, isn't it?
I mean, unless something crazy happens, we're seeing like Jack 10 get folded, so he's in very bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim kind of, I think they're friends, so Tim's like, unlucky.
Feels a little bit awkward, doesn't it? Like, yeah.
Yeah, Constantine
I've got the lot here.
Gets the bad news.
7% to stay in the Pokercode Main Event.
Brutal.
And
brutal
that
way
kind
to
of
bust.
Ooh, he's got
Just
the backdoor diamonds.
Still holds onto a bit of that equity. It's good to keep 5% when you only had 7%. Diamond on the turn to keep your dream alive.
Can he find a sweat? No.
That's not going to do it.
That'll
Drawing dead.
GG.
So sorry to see that, Constantine. Good game, sir. Nothing you can do there. So makes his exit for around 4,000 euros, I imagine.
Tough, isn't it? You get yourself pumped up for a final table. You're a medium stack. You're like, come on, now today's the day.
Here's the spot.
Just run straight into it, and you're dead on the turn.
It's just one of those hands. So Tim now loving life up to over 2 million. He's going to be feeling very good about his chances. Obviously, you said he's a very strong player as well. I didn't get to play with him, but
PLO reg.
Yeah.
But yeah, just German, methodical, smart guy, strong player.
Up there now, 2.2 million. 17 bigs now, the low stack.
Yep. Which was seat 6 now, I believe.
Yeah. That's right.
But kind of in contrast to yesterday, no real rush here. It's going to be a lot of play at this final table, and it's going to be interesting to see, actually. I'm interested because the standard seems very high.
Yeah, and just being deep stacked is nice because we're going to see some actual hands. It's not just going to be raise all in every hand.
Yeah, more decision points.
Many more decision points, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Here we go, we got some first names now. Fabian, yeah, I should have guessed that one. Fabian,
yep.
Alex, we knew. Chip leader. Leonard Herman, which is seat 3 or 4. Tim, we knew. Yusuf.
That's it, yeah, Yusuf is the, I call him the celebrity. The
Calvin Klein
That's it,
model.
He's always wearing something rather outlandish.
Philip Jurga, this is this guy, I think.
Yeah, I think.
And then Max, we knew.
He used to be a dealer or sort of a floor man, in around the local area, and I think he's sort of giving it a go as a pro. So, good luck to him.
Cool.
So buyer here with the extremely wide open. Queen 4 obviously in there.
Yeah, he's gonna have a very wide range here, but Queen 4 suited makes it in there pretty comfortably.
For sure. So in terms of how you would adjust versus how wide this open will be, which will be something like, I'd imagine something like 70% or something like that, right?
Yeah, probably.
Do you use some of these sort of blocker hands as kind of like a 3-bet bluff?
Yes, sometimes? But you wanna be a little bit tighter with those than you normally would when you're out of position, as in Chip EV. Yeah. But yeah, they still make it in there, but you wanna be using like double blockers or strong ace-x hands, really. So something like ace-10 off, ace-9 off, like the stronger ace-x ones that can have 2 overs against some of his continues, like his pocket pairs, and be ahead of some broadways. You want to also just be picking hands that can get better hands in the same hand class to fold. So, for example, if you're obviously going to be choosing a very big size when you go for 3 bets out of position, because you're going to be naturally more polarized than normal, because you're going to be using a narrower range, but you're just going to have less linear stuff in there than you normally would. Like, for example, in the Chip EV situation where you're playing 50 big blinds, it's very common to just 3-bet 9s for value. Whereas in a ICM situation, you're more likely to proceed just by calling, because you don't want to be 3-bet calling 50 bigs against the chip leader with pocket 9s. So you're going to be using a very big size, and something like ace-8 off, ace-7 off can get ace-9 ace 10, ace jack sometimes to fold.
With the lack of playability post.
Yeah, exactly. Something like king 10 off. But yeah, mostly those double blocker, kind of double broadways, king jack off and stuff like that are going to be the main ones. But they also just play fine as calls out of position because the chip lead is going to be opening so wide. We can just take that into account when we go post flop.
Flop a lot of strong top pairs.
Yeah, and just have some good hands to defend on boards that are very good for the button to blast off on. You know, so we don't want to just 3-bet all of our ace-x stuff or fold it because we want to be protected on ace-high boards and king-high boards. So we like hands like king queen, king jack, ace 9 suited and stuff. Want to make it into the calls sometimes because we need to be protected when otherwise the button can just barrel it off on the ace-high boards and king-high boards relentlessly.
Absolutely. Looks like we're finding a check raise here.
Yeah. So what? Check on the flop, check raise. Big fan.
Yeah.
Of this, he is going to be incentivized to play some value this way, unblocking those draws which are going to want to bet, and just the flop check, the flop check back is going to be relatively capped. I do think players these days are going to be putting some overpairs and stuff into that range, something like aces with a club, kings with a club.
Sure.
There's going to be like pocket 8s and stuff in there, pocket 7s.
But quite 6x, 5x heavy and just random
ace highs, king queen off, stuff like that. And Tim blocking some of the overpairs. He's blocking something like pocket kings with a club. And he's also obviously blocking 7-8, blocking pocket 8s, which are all just continues. He has a heart, which is blocking some more continues. So yeah, good hand selection here. He's not going to have an insane amount of value here. This is like a slight problem. But he will have enough like 7-8 and 9x, I think. I potentially wouldn't be buying it because it's not the greatest card for him to actually go for a check raise with his value, because once the cutoff, once the button misses the c-bet, he's unlikely to just start blasting off on the top pair pairing.
The check back is somewhat sort of showdown driven.
Showdown driven, yeah. The overpairs are obviously going to start betting, but I think trying to get overpairs to fold is going to be a tough task. He doesn't really have too much incentive to end up folding those. So I like the play, but I think it's potentially it's going to get sniffed out occasionally versus a very thinking player. He's much more incentivized to punish hands like aces and kings by just overbetting the turn with his value or his bluffs, because then his range is like very uncapped. But I think he does somewhat cap himself when he checks twice. But interesting spot, and did get the job done. Deuces in the small blind, goes for the limp. ISO from Yusuf.
Yeah, Yusuf. Yusuf.
Yeah.
Kind of a random.
I mean, it's fine. Honestly, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good play. Just gets hands that Tim's going to be, whether or not Yusuf is using the meta, we will never know. But this spot plays that Tim is going to be naturally attacking Yusuf because he's covering, and he's going to assume that Yusuf is a weaker player. This is like.
So you feel like this.
So his range is going to be quite weak. A lot of the kind of offsuit middle connectors, some weak suited stuff. And Yusuf can just put the pressure on a hand like 9-6 suited or 8-9 offsuit, 10-9 offsuit, Queen 9 off. All the hands that he has crushed, Ace-6 off, stuff like that. That's all going to be in that limping range for Tim. Maybe not the Ace-X stuff. He's probably more likely to raise that with the ICM pressure, but. Yusuf is gonna get a lot of dominating hands to fold there, and he has a very easy fold versus a jam. Doesn't play super well as a check. He just has enough really weak hands, and I like taking the initiative there. It's a player I wasn't necessarily expecting, but I'm a fan.
Either. So Max opening it up with King 3 suited here as a medium stack, just kind of saying, well,
I don't care.
Yep, I'm just gonna kind of.
This is a little outrageous, but.
Yeah.
The suited kings are the next best. If we're going to start widening our range, then I mean the suited kings are the natural choice, especially better to do this than deuces or threes.
Sure.
Just having the blocker to the 3-bets and the jams for the short stacks. Stronger equity against the big blind. You get to retain more equity on the flop, so that means a hand like deuces, you either flop a deuce, or you basically have a terrible flop.
Yeah.
So your equity goes way down against a range and makes it very difficult for us to realise our equity. So retaining equity is when your hand is going to still have playability on flops. So something like king 3 suited often flops like a gut shot or an overcard or a backdoor flush draw or something like that, and all those just add up to having a bit more equity.
Yeah.
So call out of the small blind with ace 10 suited. I like the decision. Check, check on the flop. I think it's fine. Max with no backdoor.
Yeah.
Blocking some folds. You know, like he's blocking something like king jack of hearts, king queen of hearts. Some hands that are just going to fold with no backdoor on the flop. Doesn't block any continues.
It's going to be quite a Broadway ace-x pair kind of heavy
Yeah,
range.
he has a lot of pocket pairs and then a lot of just suited broadways and some strong ace-x. Yep, going to target that cap range. I think he's going to assume that Yusuf is going to have a queen here sometimes, but he's also just going to have a lot of complete whiffs.
Ace high, king high,
sixes with no club and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we do block some value. Now having the king of hearts is nice. On the flop it wasn't good because we don't block any continues, we block folds, but now on the turn we do block some value. We block the king queen suited, which is going to be a part of a pretty decent part of Yusuf's range, hands like that, king jack suited, king queen suited. So yeah, nice blocker to have, and the 3 not really interacting with any folds now, which is nice.
Absolutely gets it done.
Only pocket 3s and whatever.
Yeah. Which is probably just a pre-flop fold. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 3 off in the cutoff here. I think he's the largest stack of the remaining.
Players in the hand.
Yeah. And he's got 2, I'd imagine, quite sort of tight players on his left, but still opening into Max's big blind, which is somewhat problematic.
Yeah, just got a nice blocker though.
Yeah. And it was Philip, right? Philip Jurger?
Philip, yeah.
Yeah. In the small blind, ace 8 off, 20 effective.
Yeah,
And
versus the button we can consider a jam,
But-
but versus the cutoff we're just letting it go.
It's way too wide.
Yeah, 10-4 off for Max, nothing to do. So welcome, Sunday fun day.
Sunday fun day.
Good luck if you're playing online today.
Yep. If you're flicking any of the W cube last day.
Oh yes, main
Good.
event today. I'm gonna be not doing that.
No. I'm
Sleeping,
very much
watching
tired.
the Formula 1 and then sleeping at about 4 o'clock for me.
Yeah. It's probably going to be final table and then bed for us after a bit of antics last night.
Some antics.
Yeah.
Down to 7 here. Ooh, 7.
All is coming. 7.
Karaoke throat. Down to 7 here. Everyone locked up around 5,000 euros now, playing for 25k.
Absolutely.
Alex with the ace check off, very natural, easy open. We've got the payouts there in the chat. It's 4.8k for the next. Bust out 25,115 euros for first. Could potentially see Max choose to 3-bet this one. This makes a good bluff against the chip leader who's going to be opening a wide range. These, like I was saying earlier, these double blocker hands that are just happy to fold to a jam, play well as bluffs against a very wide range and being out of position, you're just more incentivized to get folds and win the pot pre-flop. I think calling is a reasonable option. But it does end up being multi-way out of position against the big blind and under the gun a lot of the times. That's the problem.
That be his kind of bottom Broadway defend offsuit.
Just going to be difficult for him to navigate post-flop in a situation like this. Check, and I think we will see a bet from, what was his name?
Fabian Bernhauser.
Fabian, I think we're definitely going to see a block from Fabian. He has a big range advantage on this board. He's extremely protected by just having 2 pairs straights and even some every set still. Yep. I don't think he necessarily jams 7s or 8s every time versus the under the gun open and the small blind call.
No, for sure not.
And river in trips, does elect to just check. It takes his showdown value on the turn. Understands that check calling is going to be fine with how much equity he has. It would lead to some slightly more difficult spots, and I think just clearing out all of the Broadway cards is a good play on the turn.
Yeah.
But I think checking is fine as well. But rivering trips here on the river. Rivering trips and Max decided to go for a bluff, which
trapping that kind of like.
I mean this for me, I'm not a fan.
It's an overbet as well.
Yeah, we're just really repping very little here. Like he can have some pocket 7s and pocket 8s that we're trying to trap against the big blind. But 7s and 8s are very incentivized to just bet the turn because of how draw heavy the board is. Those hands actually need protection and do get value from a lot. With the draw, under the gun going to have 10-9 suited, Jack 10, stuff like that. A bunch of flush draws, still some overpairs that we can get value from, and the big blind just going to have a bunch of stuff. We can also call a raise against the big blind. So I think those hands are going to start leading the turn, and the river overbet doesn't really make any sense because now we're just trying to rep a polarized range of something like a full house. Max is not going to have a 3.
Like King 8 suited,
he doesn't have a 3 often. He's never going to be value betting top pair like this. He maybe has something like pocket 10s. But again, I think those are just going to start leading the turn because they really want to get protection against Broadway cards.
For sure.
And big blinds, kind of gut shot type hands. So not really. I don't really understand this one. I'm not a huge fan of this play, but I mean, he's never going to get a fold from Fabian here. Obviously, Fabian has to just call.
Hang on.
Contemplating whether he can jam for value, I guess, but against this size, no. The answer is no.
Whoa, no.
I'm going home.
No. Whoa. That is crazy.
Wild. That is a wild fold. You simply cannot fold. Yeah, you simply cannot fold that hand.
That's
unfortunately.
Insane. Maybe he's thinking that. I guess his logic is that a lot of the bluffs would just start barreling the turn, and he's like trying to look for a check raise on. I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Max isn't targeting a hand like trips. He's targeting like 7x for the big blind, pocket 6s, pocket 5s. You know, ace king high. He's targeting hands that have a pretty trivial fold, and obviously under the gun is very capped. He's mostly targeting hands like ace 10 for under the gun, just trying to get the ace highs to fold.
Ace high, he puts the big blind in the sandwich spot as well.
We assume as well that the big blind is going to lead sets on the turn. It's going to lead straights on the turn as well. So when he doesn't lead the turn and he gets to the river, if he doesn't call with a 3, he just never calls.
He's never got anything.
He doesn't have anything to call with, and you can't be folding trips there. So
that's
interesting one. Maybe get to do an interview with him and ask his thoughts during that hand.
Yeah, wow.
But there we go. That's poker. What we got? 9s in the under the gun open for what was his name? L.
He values. What was that?
That's somebody just saying that he value bets.
8x for that size. So it was like 1.2x pot, wasn't it?
Yeah. He can value bet something better than the board. I think like 9s and 10s make it in there potentially for an overbet. Something like aces that trapped.
Yeah.
Potentially some kings. But it's going to have bluffs, and we have trips.
Yeah.
There is definitely worse value in there. Agreed. L. Leonard. That was L. Leonard.
With the double gutter on the flop, Yusuf betting somewhere around the half-ish to sort of 40% pot region.
Yeah, 150 into 280. 380.
380, yeah.
Nines is gonna just wanna put. Oh, a nines bet. Sorry, check rate there. Check bet. Yeah, just gonna be a check call then for King Jack. No reason to do anything else on a board like this. Check raising would be a bit suicidal. But already incredibly suspicious when just the passive player pre-flop bets a board like this for a size up. It's generally going to be into a four-way pot. Like, this range is going to be very strong, and it's going to be a set very often. Like, it's going to be exactly what it looks like. 10-9 suited or a set very, very often. People tend to
Queen Jack.
Yeah, but I think people just don't tend to bet draws in multi-way pots that don't want to. Yeah, on an FT where they don't want to end up. They know they don't want to get check raised. So I just don't think those hands are in there, and I would make this a very value-heavy range.
I think he's just ripped it in on the turn.
Gone for a bomb.
Has he?
Oh, not a bomb, a 200.
That's very sneaky.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
I think we want to be going a bit bigger because the opener is not going to just be continuing very many hands like ace high on the flop. He's potentially going to have some things like ace king with a backdoor flush draw, but even those hands, or more likely ace queen or ace jack that has a straight draw as well,
X.
but like ace jack is obviously in there. But those hands versus the bigger size are just not going to be that incentivized to continue on the flop on a range that's very, very strong for the passive player in a multi-way pot. So I think once he does check call the flop, he's going to have a lot of hands like top pair, pocket eights, 8-9 suited, queen jack, king queen, sometimes ace jack obviously, and some of those hands are going to have turned a flush draw as well. So the nines is a very strong hand. We unblock every single hand that calls, and we also do need protection, especially on the flush draw turns. So
which gives us license for the bigger size.
Yeah, you're allowing hands like queen jack and king jack, king queen of diamonds, a very, very easy decision here. And then also this happens when you get difficult rivers. You now end up, let's say, for some reason he decides to check this river back, which he's obviously not going to. But let's say it was a worse river, like the 8 of diamonds, where we still have the best hand, but we can't get value. We ended up missing value earlier in the hand against a bunch of hands that would have called. Like king queen of diamonds is going to call a huge bet on the turn, and then when the 8 of spades rolls off, it goes check check, and we win a much bigger pot. Shows it.
Shows it. Eee, there we go.
Throws a gang sign. Says, you know what?
Bit of panache.
Yeah, I love that. Bit of flair. Yeah, king jack getting a pretty good price on the turn there, but I think we still just fold.
Yeah, it's difficult for him to really.
The overcards just are not going to be good often enough. When it does come a jack, it's a 4-card straight. When it comes a king, it just goes check check. The king of diamonds is bad. The 8 of diamonds is bad. The jack of diamonds is bad. The range is just too strong.
Just 6 outs out of position, basically.
Gang sign. Probably just Albanian. So
I think
a couple of people said that, so they must. Oh, Kosovo, yeah.
From Kosovo, yeah. But yeah, a character that frequents the casino. We've seen him.
We've played a little bit with him. All sorts of games.
Yeah.
I played some relatively high stakes cash games with him. I've played €100 sit and goes. Kosovo is Albania, so
it's the same, is it?
I think Kosovo is in Albania. Somebody just put Kosovo equals Albania, so it shows what we know.
Oh, I didn't realise.
Only one of our best mates is Albanian.
I didn't realise that at all.
I thought Kosovo was a country, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. My bad.
Yeah. Kosovo, officially the Republic of Kosovo, is a partially recognised state in southeastern Europe. So whoever put Kosovo equals Albania.
It's next door, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's next door, but you don't know. 92% Albanian that live there, though.
So some info from Milko is that Fabian in seat 2 was part of the Grindhouse last year.
You thought they would have taught him not to fold trips.
Yeah.
No offense, Fabian.
I know, that was...
It is, but Albania claims it is, and so does Serbia. Oh, right, okay.
Right, I see.
Kosovo equals Kosovo, yeah. Thanks for the geography lesson.
But back to the poker.
300 viewers now on Twitch.
Lovely, lovely.
Fine Sunday.
Welcome,
Nice bit
welcome.
of Sunday entertainment.
Yeah, before the old online grind. Why not?
I've quite enjoyed having a couple of days off, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been
Felt
nice.
like a couple of days. Yesterday felt like about 3 days.
It did, didn't it? It never ended. I was playing triple board until about 6 in the morning.
Yeah, we were playing cash at 8:30.
Standard.
Who was from Grindhouse? Seat 2, I think, from the original Grindhouse, not the Grindhouse 2. I don't think there's any players from the Grindhouse 2 left in. They were all wearing a different hoodie. They were wearing like a Pokercode with a green logo that had the Grindhouse 2 logo on it. So Max is nothing to do with Pokercode as far as I know. He's just a high stakes regular. Mr. Kosovo definitely not
Part of
part of Pokercode. How many players entered? I think it was 253.
Yeah.
So
just about cleared the guarantee.
Yeah, it was 125k guaranteed. So, are there any Dutchies left? I think Tim is Dutch. Van Loo sounds like a very Dutch name. He's German, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think there are any Dutch people left then, unfortunately. Seat 1 was in a Pokercode show. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's Fabian. Yeah, I think he was in the original Grindhouse. So
interesting to see how this spot's going to go.
Somebody thinks I'm JBH, I think. They said, so you're not playing the WQ main today, JBH? Well, JBH is definitely playing the WQ main today, but he's also not here. He's at home playing the WQ main event. I think he won a seat to the 5k.
Did he, yeah?
Pretty sure.
Nice.
So that's going to be a big Sunday for the boys. There's going to probably be...
A lot of sweats
I don't
later
know.
on.
If I had to guess, I'd say our little group is doing a 6-figure buy-in day.
100k's worth of buy-ins total.
Yeah, easily. Alex is the best on this table. Alex has played very well so far, but there are a few contenders for best on this table. Max has shown to be a very strong player. Not sure. It's difficult to know with cash players because ICM is very unintuitive, and even very strong cash players will do well in most stages of a tournament, and like they'll intuitively adjust with different stack sizes, even if they haven't studied much. But ICM is different beast altogether. So it's going to be interesting to see as this progresses how Max. It will become apparent how much understanding of ICM Max has. But so far, there's been a couple of spots where I think he could have definitely done something differently. So yeah, potentially.
I think his approach to the FT is just going to be to sort of underestimate and kind of go after people. Basically.
Yeah, which is why I was saying so far he could have free bet the king queen off. He could have free bet the a7 suited. Both times were pretty solid spots in ICM conditions. Both like very good reasoning to free bet, but he kind of passed up on both. So which is weird because cash players tend to be a bit more free bet heavy because the ranges are a lot more linear. Excellent comms, guys. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Set of 8s for Tim. Very nice run out.
What a turn card. And it's going to be an absolute bomb, isn't it, I'd imagine?
Yeah, I like the check call.
What's that, sort of half-ish?
What's he gone for? 190 into what? 370?
Yeah, sort of halfy.
Yes, seems like a decent size. His bluffs don't need to go insanely big because the board is quite connected in the big blind's favor. And under the gun just has a lot of like natural. Well, sorry, a hijack has a lot of like natural folds. All the overcards, ace king, ace queen. Yeah, just so many of those.
Yeah.
yeah, does find the call with the ace-3, just bluff catching there. But I think having an ace is not going to be amazing because Tim's going to use hands like ace-4 and ace-5 as part of his bluffing range to get ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack to fold on the river. Yeah, pocket 5s, pocket 4s probably not going to bluff so much, but he's left with not that many bluffs.
Yeah.
He has to have had some unnatural floats, like a backdoor 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw that didn't make a flush, or like 4-5 and 5-6, and that's really it. The ace-4.
Or turning like a suited deuce into a bluff, which is probably not going to happen really.
Yeah, and just has enough showdown value and the half pot as well.
Yeah.
His bluffs are fine to just go for a block because it's still very, very hard for Max to call the river, and he's obviously going to have like river to pair sometimes that just flicks it in anyway. So
yeah.
So
the smaller sizing, just sort of targeting the snap folds there rather than.
Yeah, I think Tim could potentially go a decent bit bigger there on the river as well.
Yeah.
Also, just makes it more comfortable to fold to a check raise, fold to a raise on the flush completer. I mean, he's probably not going to end up folding if he thinks that. I mean, Max is in the position there in the hijack where he's going to have enough offsuit combos to choose from that 8s probably doesn't ever get folded.
Yeah.
But if it was versus like under the gun,
kind of pushing the boundaries in terms of
taking some bluffs post flop.
Just opening just a super wide range wherever he can. So small blind versus button.
Yeah, 8s again.
Yeah, interesting spot. I'd imagine.
40k big blind right, 50 bigs. Yeah, it's just going to be a peel. I don't think he's going to want to. He's not very incentivized to free bet here. I mean, it does allow him to put pressure on the button, who obviously we cover, and is going to be in a very difficult situation facing a free bet, and he is going to have a wide range. So I think Tim is going to go for a free bet here.
Yeah.
It does look like it, but yeah, it's not mandatory. It's definitely optional, and you know the weaker pairs do tend to just make it in as a call a bit more often, being deep stat, because he has to fold to a jam, which he won't mind because 8s is just not that strong versus the 4-bet range.
No, but it is problematic.
But it is a bit problematic because you are just folding against like ace-king and ace-queen suited sometimes, and maybe even the odd rogue like pocket 7s against somebody that doesn't fully understand ICM.
An ace-4, ace-5 suited.
Yeah, but this play's nice. He just gets like, you know, king-jack-offs to fold, and he gets the big blind to fold a bunch of equity, doesn't have to play multi-way out of position. Gets to have the betting lead on a lot of the ace-high boards now become much better for him because he knows that Herman's obviously going to shove his strongest ace-x pre-flop versus the free bet, so when he does peel and it comes ace-high, he's mostly folding the rest of his ace-x apart from some like ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited, so when it does come ace-high it ends up being a much better board for Tim.
For sure.
Because if he just peels and it comes ace-high, the button now basically has all of his ace-x still. So a nice play there from Tim.
Lovely stuff. Some kind of dynamic with maybe opening a little bit wider into Yusuf's big blind as well, who's...
Yeah, potentially. Although I think Yusuf's actually played very solid so far.
Yeah, he's been decent, yeah.
The ace-king was a bit of a misstep, but just, I guess, early in the day, you know, it's like, I don't want to bust right now. If it comes ace-high, it's fine. I'm in position. Like, Tim's just not going to bluff into the dry side pot either.
No, that's
so when he
true.
does overcall, if Tim starts blasting off post flop, he just doesn't really have much of a difficult decision. And Tim's just going to be flatting a range.
The overcall just looks ridiculously strong as well. It's just like...
Yeah, it's a very narrow range. Tim's just not going to be blasting off at all, and his range for calling in the first place is just very Broadway heavy, which are incentive to check it down, and then pocket pairs, which, you know, it doesn't really have anything else. It's not like he's going to call 10-9 suited.
No.
Best commentators so far during a poker event.
Oh.
That's from Vic the Reaper 99. Well, thank you very much. We do like those kind of compliments, especially when we're both feeling a bit fragile.
Very fragile after last night's antics, but we're doing our best. So Yusuf here in the small blind. What's he gonna...
Looks like he's just going for a limp, which I like.
Yep. But up here, I guess would just be all in.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting yourself into situations where you're opening out of position with these kind of high equity hands, because you just end up having to fold to
foregoing
a free bet. Yeah, and just give up tons of equity. Oh yeah, shove seems very standard.
Yeah, the rise smile.
Oh, okay. So how many big blinds he had? 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to shove Jack 9 suited pre-flop. I thought the big blind had about 20 bigs, so that's why I
it's
wanted
just moved
to
up to 40. I didn't realise that.
Yeah,
either,
so he's on about 14 bigs, Jack 9's just a pretty comfortable jam. We just get a load of stuff we dominate to fold. Jack 10 offs, you know, Queen Jack offs and stuff, they all just have to fold.
Yep.
So getting those, getting
some
some ace X,
sometimes,
some
called by ace X, great
King 4 we
get
to fold, King 8 we get to fold, ace deuce, all those kind of hands. Pocket pairs in a tough spot. Like, does he want to call it off with deuces if we jam?
Yeah, exactly. And
no, he doesn't. Is the answer? It's probably not even calling with like threes, and then it's just like fours. I guess we got to go.
What's Yusuf up to here? He's
just
sort of Hollywooding.
Bit of a Hollywood. Yeah, never any decision other than fold here.
It'd be a very bizarre limp trap.
Yeah.
with
I mean, it's a great spot, but the trap's just, you know, your traps are your traps. You just snap it off when he jams. So you're happy when you're.
What would be the bottom trap here? Like King Queen off, or is that just going to shove?
King Queen off just wants to shove. Yeah. You're really not incentivized to play out of position with like very unconnected hands. I mean, King Queen's obviously not very unconnected, but you know, it's like strong enough that we get some ace X to fold pre-flop. We just have such robust equity versus the calls. And in ICM situations, there's money in the pot. You know, when there's chips in the pot in a final table situation, there's money in the pot, and you're just trying to win that money. Chipping up with no showdown as a middle stack is exactly what you want to do. So the traps would be coming from suited ace X down something like ace 9 suited, and then like some of the suited broadways.
All of his offsuit ace X, and you dominate a lot of his shoves.
Some of the suited broadways are better to trap, because then obviously we can continue more on flops with backdoor flush draws and stuff. But King Queen just flops like 2 overs with no backdoor a lot of the time, and gets us in a tricky spot where we had a very easy jam. And then obviously some pairs, something down to like, you want to have pairs where he shoves hands that have 1 over. So, you know, like 8s and 9s and stuff like that are very good, because he definitely shoves like ace 5 and ace 4 and stuff like that. But you don't want to be trapping like 4s, because then you just get it in as a flip. Whereas if you limp 4s and he jams ace 5 off, you have to call it off. It's much better if you just jam 4s and he potentially folds ace 5 off.
Fold out a load of flips.
Yeah.
So interesting here. So that's what, 15, 16 big blinds.
Yeah, 17, isn't it? 15. Yeah, 17 bigs. So
7-handed. No jamming here.
Nah, too many big blinds. Yeah. Limping is an option with some parts of his range, but 9s wants more protection and is happy to just raise, get it in versus most players. So 9s you're going to be strong enough to go broke with. But something like Jack 10 suited,
Queen
much
Jack
more.
suited.
These hands are kind of incentivized to limp. You get to not trap the big blind, but you know, keep the big blind in the pot with hands that we dominate, and just have good equity. We don't want to be raise folding. We can potentially continue when people are ISOing too small, and I think people just generally play too passively against the limp, especially in a final table situation. So
from EP.
Yeah, it's like, this is suspicious. What are you up to? Yeah. Just a bit of tanking. Yusuf, I don't know.
Yusuf kind of
it's just like
getting the TV time, enjoying
maybe
himself.
He doesn't realise everyone can see his cards.
There is an RFDI scanner, my friend. Whoop. Oh.
There we go. Jack 4, man. I hate to let it go, but I guess I've got to.
Tough spot.
Nothing doing for Max there.
No. Is even the suited 10-3, it's probably still a fold, isn't it?
Yeah. Against the short stack, the range is just so strong for his opens. Like, his kind of quote unquote bluff opens as well are going to be like ace 10 offsuit. You know, stuff like that. Suited. Potentially some king 10 off. Sometimes king 10 suited, queen 10 suited. So 10-3, not very valuable. Wasted 1 minute. Yep, agreed.
It's been a little bit of
just trying to get a page up, guys.
Showboating, and we are up to the 50k blind level already. That is
blown by. Chopping that average down, but still very solid. Something around 35 bigs, I imagine. I sent Andrew a video last night while we were out, but I can't remember what it was, so let's have a look.
Jesus. How was that in channels? So, second in chips buyer opening up with King Queen off. Very standard up.
Yeah, very standard.
Just no need to go any more than the min.
Right.
A little bit more Hollywood with the 9-7 off.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit tiresome at this point.
Yeah, there's a couple of complaints coming in the chat, so maybe we have to send somebody over and say, look, we can see your cards.
Come on,
Please
mate.
stop taking the piss.
You got the rags.
Got Formula 1 to watch.
Max and small.
No dice.
Nope. And 5-3 suited here off of the short stack.
Yeah, we can defend this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This
Good
is
equity,
done.
doesn't really interact, not dominated very often.
That's true.
We do make strong hands on boards that are also good for under the gun as well, the ace low boards. Pretty solid flop. Second pair.
Check jam here.
Yeah, and unlikely. I think he'll just check call. It's going to be a very small c bet from Alex. Alex, it doesn't need to put a lot of money in this pot because Fabian's going to fold a lot of the deuce x 5x stuff pre-flop, the kind of weaker offsuit ones. So it's really, the board's really just a jack with a flush draw, and he blocks those strong top pairs so well, the offsuit ones, that he just doesn't need to bet big at all. He'll get away with like a quarter here. So I imagine we'll see like 50, 50 max.
Let's have a look.
60k, yeah, nice sizing. So it just allows Fabian to continue. Fabian, I'm not sure which it is, so apologies if I'm getting it wrong, but yeah,
Really
allows
strong
Fabian to
from
continue,
buyer so
no
far.
need to check jam. It's nice to deny the equity, but if we just get called, we're basically just hating life.
Fairly dead, yeah.
Yeah. He still has those nice backdoors. The turn's going to be a pretty clear decision for him every time as well. Like, he's just going to either turn equity or he's not, and he can just reluctantly fold versus the second barrel. Yeah, good turn for buyer. Obviously, terrible turn for Fabian's. It's a good turn for Fabian's range, though. Fabian is going to have more, a decent amount more flush draws. He's just going to defend more suited stuff than Alex is going to open under the gun. But yeah, it's not the greatest turn. It's obviously not a good turn for his hand. I think Alex is probably just going to check this one back. He's just going for, it looks like he's just going for the small bet, which I think is also very reasonable.
Like 120k or something.
Yeah. Fabian very unlikely to turn like a worse hand into a bluff at this point. He doesn't really have anything to bluff with. It would be like ace-3 off with the ace of hearts, but like he's not even going to be defending that pre. No incentive to shove jack x. He really just shoves flushes so he can kind of comfortably bet fold king queen with no heart on the turn.
Yeah. And maybe even go for a even smaller size.
Yeah, it's quite good for his bluffs to barrel as well. So I think, yeah, having king queen in there is going to be reasonable. Just doesn't want those kind of offsuit jack x to realise equity, the ones with the heart.
I think pretty high level of play so far for a live 550.
Yeah,
I think
kind of depressing.
But to be expected, I guess, with the Pokercode branding behind the event. Next week coming up, the Banco Masters, 170 euro buy-in,
Yeah, that's a great one.
guaranteed. Yeah, exactly. Excellent structure, multiple day ones, and plenty of chances to get a big stack through that. Lots of play.
2 hours, 1 hour clock on day 2 and day 3, which is great. Makes it. I've played that a couple of times in the past and had a deep run, and it's just such an amazing structure towards the end.
Yeah, you never really feel rushed.
No, not at all. And then straight after that finishes on a Sunday. The festival starts on the Monday, which is a week-long 300k guaranteed main event with a 500 euro buy-in, and then a bunch of stuff around that. There's
all
like a
the
1k
sides.
high roller.
The roulette tournament.
Yeah, roulette tournament, sports betting tournament, blackjack tournament.
Yeah.
There'll be a heads up. There's a Sveeten tournament. There's
1K
PLO.
PLO.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on. It's
Whatever you fancy in terms of poker, that is being offered.
yeah, there'll be tons of cash games as well. This place is going to be absolutely rammed, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to that. Try and get a bit more sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, non-stop here at the Banco Casino.
Yeah, very close to Vienna, so if you are thinking about making a trip, you should definitely look into it. It's a cheap place to get to, it's a cheap place to stay, it's a beautiful city. It's just a great time. I absolutely love it here.
Yeah. Great atmosphere around the place.
Yeah, everyone's just, I don't know, there's something about it. It's just very...
It's a bit slower paced than we're used to in
relaxed,
the UK.
And it just feels a bit more
You don't
genuine.
get people kind of elbowing you out the way, being like, you know,
Hurry
like
up.
in London.
Yeah. I need to make my money, otherwise I'm going to die.
Yeah, on the bread line.
Yeah. Everyone's just a bit more chilled here. Everyone walks everywhere, and the weather's always nice.
Yep, connected city.
Great like green spaces here as well. So much nature around. Loads of huge parks. They've got those like little, what are they called, little Carpathians in the not far away. The mountain range mountains is maybe a little bit generous.
Tatras.
Yeah, the Tatras as well, a few
About
hours
3 or
away,
4
which
hours.
is a proper mountain range. Amazing scenery up there. Question: are any of these pro players? I imagine so. Yeah, Max is definitely a pro. C8.
I think over half the table.
Yeah, Tim in the middle. He is definitely a professional PLO player.
Yep.
Fabian, I imagine, plays for a living.
No,
Potentially.
Yeah,
seat,
seat
yeah,
one.
seat
Sorry,
one
yeah.
or seat two,
Yeah.
and seat two I think is
He's
making his way towards that lifestyle at least.
Always good to start with a big score and then go from there.
Yeah, I would assume that seat 3, seat 5, seat 6 are generally recreational, but we do know seat 5 plays a bunch.
Yeah.
He's always in there.
Ooh.
Out of turn set. Looks tired.
Yeah.
The out of turn folder looks like he had a heavy night as well.
He was in the karaoke bar.
Yeah. Alex won a Micro Millions event and is a strong heads up reg. Thank you for that. Micro Millions, that's quite the achievement.
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got to beat
15
like
billion
10,000 players, yeah. As in seat 3, opening the button here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ace-9 off, getting out the way in the small.
Yeah, fine to open this one on the button as a chip leader.
Yep.
Is joint with Tim, but this is a good opportunity to just kind of pull away again a little bit. Just trying to nick a pot off him. But not going to be this one just yet. Tim's got a pretty easy check call here. I can see Fabian potentially checking this one back. He has some reasonable backdoors that don't want to check, that don't want to bet fold. The backdoor straight draw, 2 backdoor straight draws with the overcard. So I think check is a reasonable decision. It also just interacts with Tim's range a lot this board.
Yeah, Tim's all over this one for sure.
Yeah, it's just going to be
Lots of
another
pairs,
check for
draws.
Tim.
Queen could be a card that he reopens the action on.
Yeah, specifically the the 2 flush draw boards. This is a good one when we're not blocking either draw, because it just gives us it gives Tim a lot of hands that will call the turn and then fold the river. A bunch of flush draws, a bunch of straight draws, basically. So
yeah, 4x, 6-5, 6-8.
yeah, Dean's great commentary, surprising considering the antics last night. He's been on the stories, riding a scooter home.
I am flagging, sir.
Yes, we've been doing things to get ourselves back in the game. Sills is a 5k no limit cash game pro. Yeah, that's right. He does play high stakes on GG. Bit of a beast.
Beyond high stakes, it's like the
Dean's on the way to 30-30 at the Vic. Oi, oi.
Living the dream.
Day 2. How much we got, big man? Got the lottie?
So we're going to go for the double check back. Slightly over third.
Yeah. And nicely sniffed out by Tim. It's just a great river for the button to bluff. His range is going to be very wide, so it's not like if Tim had defended versus under the gun and then it goes check, 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 and he bets the river, he is just going to be more heavy around the king X, because his range is much more tight around pocket pairs, Broadway cards, ace highs. The ace highs have enough showdown to check down. So do the pocket pairs. So it just becomes.
But that button almost opening any suited hand.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yeah. So he has to defend that river there, which is a nice play. Which is another reason I'd like to bet the turn there with the Jack 5, because it's just it's going to be a good river for us, and we just have a much more credible.
We do check back
range
some queen
there.
highs on the flop.
Yeah, we do check back some queen highs. We can start betting Jack 10 and King Jack, King 10. And then we just get there on the river. The pot is bigger, more incentive for Tim to fold. Tim has a slightly more defined range. Tim could just check a king on the river. You know, he can still check a queen. He has a relatively uncapped range. Whereas if we kind of bet the turn, we get rid of some of that king X
and define it somewhat.
And we block Jack 10 ourselves, so it ends up being a very nice bluff on the river, unblocking hearts, unblocking clubs. Silts is seat 9 or seat, end of the table. We'll just call them 1 to 7 instead of seat 2 for the guy who's actually in. Yeah, seat 7. That's right. This Tim, ginger laddie with the glasses. He's a relatively high stakes PLO player.
Yep.
Very good from what George has told me.
Yep. Very solid. Didn't really put a foot wrong. There we go, the payouts, 25k up top, and everyone guaranteed 4.8 as far.
Yep. Nice weekend's work.
Absolutely. Sort of slow staggers before we get up to 4th, and then meaty jumps in the top 3. King suited and booted, ready for the market.
Don't see many headphones and sunglasses. Has this been phased out? Yeah, it still exists, I promise.
It does, yeah. So,
how big was the field in this one? It was 250-ish, just over.
125k guaranteed for a 550.
Yeah.
Not too bad considering just the plethora of events happening at the moment.
Oh, Tom's making the journey to the Vic for 8 big blinds.
Ooh,
it's a nasty day, isn't it?
That's a rough one, yeah.
Couple of swaps or something with some chips though, so shouldn't be a fruitless day, and you've still got the online grind to look forward to.
There you go. More theatrics from Yusuf.
She's going to be a fold as well.
Yeah.
Takes it down. Kind of happy with that, to be honest, in the final table when you got ace king suited. It's a nice hand, but you're happy to just win pots pre-flop.
Absolutely, yeah. Just
money in the bank.
Slowly chip up.
Gio just having a quick nap. Just rest my eyes for a second. This one could make it in if you were the chip leader, but as a middle stack, it's just going to be a fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't really want to be opening this one.
Into Max's big blind.
Yeah, just a short stack in the small blind, and then a covering stack in the big blind. The offsuit one's just not going to be doing quite so well. I mean, it does have them crushed here, so no matter what happens, it's going to be a... Oh, that was the small blind.
That was the small, yeah, with the jack 5 off.
Easy defend with a 10-9. But yeah, king 5 just not really playing well enough. The 5 not going to be a great card because Max is just going to fold a bunch of 5x stuff pre-flop, so it ends up being not like a super relevant blocker.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. Does flop middle pair. 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw for Max, but he's just going to be folding the flop. What are we sizing up here?
Ooh, looks
like okay, 110 to 300 around third.
Do you think if it was a spade club that Max might elect to lead with some backdoor equity?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good board for his range, obviously. 4-5-8 with the flush draw, really smashing the big blinds range. I think if Max was to have a club in his hand, he could potentially just go, like some leading or some check raising. But does elect to just go for the raw float with 10 high.
Yeah, probably thinks that Yusuf is oversea betting.
Yeah, and just going to be giving up a lot.
Yeah. It's very difficult for the button to find a second barrel on a board like this that favours the big blind.
Yeah.
And he does
Going for the lead on the turn.
Yeah, this is very spicy.
Yeah, again, like, doesn't really make very much sense. The 3 just doesn't change the board, and Max's value is just going to be really... It's not like Max has turned 2 pair here very often, or like turned a set or turned a straight. Like, if he has a straight, he had a straight. He had, you know, maybe he has ace deuce sometimes, but he's not going to have to do 6 straight. The 6-7 straight is just so incentivized to check raise the flop.
Yeah,
as are the flop 2 pairs, the flop sets. So this bet, not, again, like, I'm just not a huge fan of this one. We also just don't have a club. We don't unblock. We don't block any continues apart from 9s and 10s, and we just can't really bluff rivers because we want to have a club in our hand so that when the club competes, we can start bluffing the river with a relevant blocker. But when the club completes now, we've just got a terrible hand. Yeah,
no future blocker, just kind of leading in. Would you say disrespectful almost?
Yeah, it's a bit. I'm gonna win this potty. That's what it. That's what this line seems to be.
It's kind of one way of adjusting to someone he thinks is maybe just sort of stabbing too often at kind of board textures regardless.
What size is he going for? He's gone for a very small size as well, like just a third pot. So we're always continuing with a 5 here, especially with the king of clubs.
Exactly.
We got a good overcard to the board. We got a relevant blocker when the flush completes. And we also have a good a potential good bluff candidate on some rivers.
No.
Yeah. Wow. This is again just very tight. People just folding way too much. Max does get it through there.
Yeah.
But yeah, slightly. He's not getting it through me. Tell you that much.
He's picked his man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exploitatively.
That's
a good decision potentially. But yeah, not super behind that line, but whatever wins, wins. I like your accent. Well, thank you. I don't know if you're talking to me or George, but we both have a similar accent, so thank you.
South of England. Interesting there, that lead.
Yeah, that was an interesting hand.
Yeah.
It's just never going to play an 8 that way.
I feel like when people take those kind of sort of bizarre lines that a recreational player might be a bit confused and not know what to do, especially in a final table situation, so they might elect to just fold because they've not seen that kind of...
And I don't want to lose.
Yeah, they've not seen that kind of play before. They're not really sure how to range Max and just kind of electing on, erring on the side of caution. So ace-9 off and ace-5 off in the small. Maybe a low-frequency 3-bet candidate versus a wide open, or just let it go.
Yeah, just fold too early, the hijack, and we don't cover. Potentially versus the button.
Yeah.
Maybe versus a wide cut-off who opens a lot but folds to the 3-bet a lot. But do you guys also play poker live or online? Mixture, mostly live. Live is definitely the preference, but we do mix it up in the online streets as well. Do the bigger players still get camera shy and play worse? I don't think so.
No. I think they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, very rare that something like this is going to affect strong regs.
Or even just be a part of their...
Yeah, not even
decision.
Consideration.
Yeah, just another day at the office.
If anything, people probably play a bit more in line because they don't want people to see them punting it off. Maybe rein in this suicide bluff just because people are watching.
Yeah.
What are we on? 8 bigs here in the big line, 8 deuce suited. Yeah, it's just going to be a fold. Yeah. But does elect to continue, but yeah, hand's just not really strong enough to continue.
Just absolutely praying for some kind of equity.
Yeah, the thing is in the ICM situations, is in Chip EV this is fine. Obviously, we want to just flop some equity and go with it because we're incentivized to try to win chips. But you can make money by folding here because you can fold and somebody can just run kings into aces next hand and bust and you make thousands of euros.
Exactly.
So you have to be much tighter.
Should be disincentivized to have any kind of collision.
Especially when you're the middle or short stacks.
Yeah.
You really want to just avoid putting money in the pot basically and let conflict happen elsewhere. you can just ladder your way to third and then win.
And that one big blind could be very useful.
Yeah, it could be crucial. It could be the fold equity you needed to remain in the tournament when you make your next jam.
Yep.
Yeah, there's all sorts into it. Generally, just having more chips is better. And obviously he's going to defend a bunch there, but just the 8 deuce is like very bottom of the range normally, and can even mix in a fold sometimes in chip EV. So
can't flop a straight, just hoping for sort of some
you just flop bad pairs.
Yeah.
And in ICM situations, just that, like we said, your stack off threshold's going to be a bit higher. He's not going to be able to play the streets and potentially make some folds later on. It's like if you flop a pair, you're going broke this hand.
Yep.
So yeah,
an avoidable spot.
Yep. Ace 4 sweeted, definitely making it into the open raising range.
Ooh.
Folds.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, not the worst. I mean, it's not completely outrageous, but
no, it's not
I think
like awful. But
yeah, we want to just be because we've seen him open. Did he open pocket threes or deuces or something like that?
4. No, that was Philip.
That was somebody else. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just if he had those ace 4 suited is a much preferable open. Much more preferable open than pocket threes. Aces. So there we go. Extra big blind. Double up. 2 more big blinds.
Yep. Could have had another.
Now potentially having less big blinds is a good thing, but this
so
is a very rare situation. What's happened? Just it's folded to the small blind.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's just going to limp here. I think. I don't really.
It's a little bit suspicious though, isn't it? He's only got what 6.5 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, shove is fine, obviously, but I think just with actual aces, he can't fold if you limp. Hand. So no matter how suspicious it is, sometimes he's just forced into flopping a pair or flopping a draw
has to go broke
because the SPR is so low. So it looks very strong, but we are very, and we don't care about him outdrawing us. Like if we just limp and he flops a better hand or whatever, then all right, nice one. Like we're not trying to get protection. We're trying to gain chips with such a strong hand. Yeah. Yeah, ace here, limp. Yeah, I would like a limp there with aces. I mean, I don't think shoving's bad because Alex has a big stack and is still going to call off a decent amount, but we just block so many of the calls, and a lot of the weaker calls don't make it in an ICM situation, so having 2 aces just really cuts down the amount of times you get called, and you're just relying on Alex having like a pocket pair or some king high, queen highs.
Someone second in chips as well might sort of
just go side fold, keep it tight.
Elect to kind of pass up on a couple of spots that might put him back into the pack that's going to make his life troublesome later on.
Yeah, limp, cool and jam both make sense. Yeah, they do. Jacks for Tim. Who I think is chip leader now. Or must be close.
He's been just silently chipping up.
Playing very well.
Yep.
King Queen off in the small blind versus under the gun chip leader. Again, just another one of those spots where I think we want to just be going for a free bet or fold.
Yep.
We really don't want to be calling very much out of the small blind in ICM situations.
No need.
Especially in these kind of relatively big stack depths, where Tim's just going to be able to crank the pressure up post flop because he covers us and there's short stacks on the table. There's a guy with like 6 bigs, so Alex can come under an insane amount of pressure post flop. So I think just free betting against the aggressive wide open is the play. And you can flat with like the suited ones, but we just end up with a lot of combos out of position here.
Absolutely. However,
nice flop. Pretty good for Tim too, but not amazing. Checks it back, which I like. Top 2 now for Alex, but value is gone from this hand. Nothing going to be doing here. Tim's just going to check this one down. He has really no incentive to bet because he can't get called by anything worse apart from 10-9 basically. When he blocks Jack 10, he blocks Ace Jack. All the pocket 9s, pocket 6s and stuff that Alex has is just going to fold the turn. So yeah, Tim really not incentivized to put any money in. And I think
sizing here
125 into 300, just the block size. Again, I think this is just going to be a fold for Tim. He blocks any potential bluffs, Jack 9 suited, Jack 10, which are going to be the ones that he's going to draw from the most because
not going to have 6-5.
Yeah, it doesn't need to bluff pocket 4s, doesn't need to bluff ace high, so this is going to be a very value heavy range.
Yeah.
We know like Alex's range is just going to be condensed pre-flop to like pocket pairs. Pocket pairs and Broadway hands, so when he bets the river. Yeah,
that's really solid. Yeah, he's playing really well, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to find a call there, to be honest. I mean, we just beat nothing, so nice fold.
But just recognising,
just understanding. Just understands the game. Clearly showing a very good understanding.
Yeah.
Love it when the English whales talk about genius German play. Greetings from Dallas Moneymaker. Chris Brockman in the chat. Hello,
How you
sir.
doing, man?
I sent you a picture yesterday. One of your friends said he knew you. Morning, Pilgrimator.
Yo, yo, yo.
Is it the morning? Isn't it like 2:30?
What, in Tallinn?
Oh, yeah, true.
Who knows?
Boring voice, Tim Fitz. Tim, go fuck yourself. See if I care.
A little bit more Hollywood with the King 6 suited.
No gingers? Well, you're obviously a bit of a piece of shit as well, so keep the hate out of the chat.
Wow.
Because none of us care.
Come on, mate. Get yourself together, man.
You sad little man.
So, Bayer, who's kind of ducked and weaved his way, now finds himself second in chips, picking up queens on the button. Beautiful spot for him. And Herman has been very tight from what we've seen. I don't think he's really even been involved so far.
Poor guy in the chat losing his mind.
Can we get him out of there, or?
Oh, we can just let other people deal with him.
Yeah. Shame.
Pillar of society.
Ooh, this
bingo.
is going to be fireworks.
Huge SPR as well. Two of the big chip stacks.
Very high SPR, yeah. 10 SPR and queens versus the flop 2 pair. What sort of sizing do you think we're going to see? Something like halfy?
Yeah.
Or like 175, 200.
Yeah, we don't use too many big sizes in ICM situations. Tend to cap out around like half pot. So in a chip EV spot, this would be an absolutely amazing spot to just go for like a pot size C bet or potentially even an over bet sometimes. Yep. But at like a minimum of kind of 2/3.
Kind of want to keep control of the size of the pot here.
Yeah, but yeah, in this spot we got Tim goes for check call, which I quite like.
Ooh.
Keeping those traps in. A lot of good barrels for Alex on this turn, but also just a lot of hands that have equity, and he doesn't want to bloat the pot, even against something like Ace King, Ace Queen, which are just all going to continue. He can get in some very tricky spots. So I do like the decision to check call, and then obviously a very bad card for Tim on the turn, but he's going to realise that, and he's just going to go into check call mode here.
Yeah, with the kicker not really playing, no real incentive to lead.
No blockers to any bluffs. Blocks a bunch of value. Check on the turn as well, yeah. So Alex, Tim might just go for a block here then. The thing is Alex can jet back some Jack X and some overpairs on the turn. But those always just really call the river. I don't think those are going to be raising versus a block, so Tim has the option to just kind of bet a little bit smaller, kind of set his own price, instead of check calling 2/3 or something. So yeah, it does just go for like a small block, which I like, and Alex just going to call, no reason to do anything else. So again, very well played by Tim. Just avoids a potentially very difficult situation. Nice check call on the flop, keeps Alex's range wide, and a very nice block.
Navigated nicely. If he check raises the flop, you see the 10 on the turn. That could have been disastrous for him.
Any donks here on the turn? Yes, but not with Tim's hand. He wants to use 10x basically, or hands that are like trying to push some equity and get some other hands to fold, like Ace King with no club. Tim wants to lead something like 8-9 that will get those hands to fold, clears out his equity a bit for when he makes a straight. But he's going to use a relatively polar range. He doesn't want to be leading like Jack X or 6x on the turn. It's mostly just going to be 10x, so he's not going to have a super wide range for leading the turn. Ace King, no club, never folding versus turn lead. Well, that's not necessarily true, because Tim's going to be leading with a polar range, so he's probably going to want to start leading for a bigger size. And Ace King can't just continue on a paired board with no like relevant blockers for the river in an ICM situation when he's covered by the chip leader. Improving to a pair is not necessarily going to be good. improving to a queen also not even necessarily going to be a good thing. So I disagree that ace-king is never folding. It's never folding to us like a block size, sure. But to say that ace-king with a club is never folding to a turn lead, I think it's a bit of a reach.
So Herman deciding to limp the ace-5 off the button.
I didn't know it was ICM situation. Okay.
We're on the final table.
Yeah, it's the final table. So.
Day 3 of the Pokercode Festival main event. 550 buy-in. Payouts ranging.
But that's fair. Yeah, I agree in Chippy V. We're not going to be folding ace-king very much on a turn. What sizing for lead on the turn? Pop out more? No, probably more like half to 2/3. You can really choose a lot of sizes on the turn, but you just want to think about what kind of range you're using and then base your bet size on that. So example, if you're using in any spot, if you have a very polar range, you generally use a very big bet because you're repping in very strong hands that want to put a lot of money in, or very specific bluffs that are targeting kind of medium to semi-strong range that they're trying to get to fold. So, and if it was a kind of a spot where Tim's going to be leading like a more merged range, for example, the board is like 8-5-4. 8-5-4, and then it turns like a 9, and Tim's going to be potentially leading some like 9x that's turned a pair, some pair and gut shots that are interested in folding out equity and like getting a cheap showdown that are unlikely to get raised by a lot of Alex's range. Then he can start to use smaller sizes because his range is not going to be so polar. It's going to contain more weaker one pair hands but also some straights and stuff like that. So it's like a bit more of a merged range. But if he was to lead the turn in that spot, he's not going to be leading a jack or a 6 for value. So his range becomes a lot more polar because he's just going to be leading kind of weaker draws and then strong value, which is 10x. Ace queen for Fabian is just going to be
easy jam.
Easy jam. Nice spot for him. He'll be happy. Any luck? No, gets it through.
Nope.
He'll be happy with that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Nice pickup. It's not really been going so well for him so far.
Yeah.
Just lots of awkward situations.
How much did he start with? I can't remember.
I think around 1 million, wasn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't super deep, was he?
No. One a little bit too wide, just going to be letting it go.
Yeah, if he was a little bit deeper, this makes a nice open. He's potentially not going to want to open to leave himself with a sub 10 big blind stack, although it does have the advantage of just looking insanely nutted.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't hate it, but I think just a little bit early and a little bit too short. If he's on like 14 bigs, 15 bigs, he's got a pretty nice open there. Fabian looks like he's having a lot of fun. Yeah, I was literally just thinking that, but I didn't say it. Just kind of wondering why the guy had to fold when he had aces and 5 bigs. It's just like, come on, man.
Just call me off.
Just get it in. Easterdam's in the chat.
Oh, really? There's a friend on the FT?
Potentially, I'm sure. The German community seems pretty tight-knit, doesn't it? So, Easterdam's German?
Easterdam Belgian?
Belgian? Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
Or Dutch, actually, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Apologies, Easterdam.
Yeah.
I thought he was German. Belgium. Thanks. You got a friend on the final table, or are you just here for the bants?
So Max coming along with the Jack 10 off. Standard stuff so far.
Aren't we all friends? Touche. Apart from that guy up in the chat.
Yeah, he was really teeing off, wasn't he?
Yeah, Sunday. He's already dusted a couple of tournaments in. He's like, you know what, fuck these guys.
Tried the morning grind.
3 bullets in the Zodiac main.
Just come fire off in the Twitch chat and back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King Jack fold. Yeah, just a bit too short to be opening. King Jack suited, he's never going to be folding, but yeah, King Jack off, just a little bit.
Yeah, just at that awkward. Difficult. Was it 11.5, 12 kind of?
Yeah. Yeah, easy defend.
Got the backdoor clubs as well to boot, which is handy.
Nice turn
for. It's a very pure turn there.
I keep forgetting his name.
L. Herman.
Yeah, I keep forgetting his
Lerman.
name. Leonard. I should remember that because it's almost my name.
Leonidas.
Yeah. So yeah, we lost Vlado in 9th place and Consti in 8th place, and then since then it's slowed down a little bit. Still 7-handed.
Somewhat, yeah.
Bit more play has been happening. More hands have been running out to the river, and we've seen some very interesting decision points in a few hands.
Absolutely. What do you think about this bet? Is it necessary?
Well, where did he open from? Hijack.
Yeah. The flop, obviously, he's kind of absolutely no backdoor whatsoever, just kind of...
Yeah, I think it's fine. He's going to be protected, obviously having King 10 himself. He's going to have King 10 offsuit from the hijack, so he's very protected. He does just get a lot of value. He unblocks a lot of continues. I think betting something like this is better than betting something like Ace 10, because Ace 10 is blocking some of those continues that are going to be tempted to call more, that we beat something like Queen 10, 10 9, 10x of clubs, something like that. So I think betting the A7 is going to be fine. There's going to be a lot of pair plus straight draws that want to continue, and a lot of flush draws, and then just checking it back on the river.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. My decision would be the flop. I would want to be checking the flop a decent amount with this kind of hand. It's a very
gung ho.
It's a board where Max has just flopped good hands, or he just has air balls and the turn isn't going to change very much. Like a 10 doesn't really give Max very many good hands that were going to fold the flop. A king or an ace doesn't really give Max any good hands that were going to fold the flop, and he just has hands like pocket fives that are going to fold to a delayed c-bet. We just have the best hand a bunch of the time, and sometimes just allow Max to put some pressure on. We've seen Max with a couple of bluffs as well, so
can easily define his range a little bit better later on as well with the check back.
And we can still have he can still just decide to check back some ace queen sometimes, or king queen with a club, something like that. Or potentially some weaker queen eggs, some ace jacks. He can just mix in a bunch of checks with some strong hands, so he doesn't have to feel like he's vulnerable there. Are the commentators poker code coaches? No, we're just guys.
Just English players.
Chances.
Yeah, sort of entities.
We are pretty avid poker players though. George plays a lot of PLO. I play a lot of Hold'em tournaments and some cash as well. But yeah, we do love the game.
Yep.
King 8 suited, nice hand to open under the gun.
7 max plus 1.
Let's go though. What?
He's medium stack.
Medium stack. Okay, yeah. Still folds pretty reasonable. I thought he was one of the chip leaders. George dances a lot, I've been told. That is correct.
Who said that?
Can neither confirm. Oh, I can't deny it. I saw it last night. Dancing all over the shop.
Absolutely, just getting in the mix.
Yes. What stakes for cash? I've played up to some pretty high stakes in America. I played like a 25, 50, 100 game in Dallas this year, but mostly just playing like 2-5, 5-10, that kind of stuff.
Pretty similar for me, yeah. Just 5-5 PLO, bread and butter.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Great game.
Yeah, I mean, even 2-5 games in Dallas are huge. So the 2-5 over there plays like a 10-20 game in the UK.
It's kind of a different...
it's a different game, really.
Yeah. Everyone's super deep in those games.
It's real deep stack, like pure cash. Yeah. One of my favourite game types, just very deep stack cash games where you're always basically going to the river. You can have multiple raises on every street. Like I really love those very open-ended kind of games.
Absolutely.
And yeah, everybody buys in for like 2k, 3k, 4k sometimes. I've been sat with 9k in a 2-5 game in Dallas and have like the 4th biggest stack on the table.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
No, but amazing games, just absolutely amazing. And everybody's so enthusiastic. They really, it's a real, they love poker over there. Everybody's pretty much recreational, but they just love it, and they got a great economy in Texas as well.
Right, we will be back very shortly. Thanks very much for joining.
So hello and welcome back to the final 7 of the Pokercode Festival main event. 550 buy-in. Everyone is guaranteed 4.8k.
Yes.
4.8k with 25 and change for first.
Yeah, been a very solid final table so far. A couple of interesting hands, and just everyone playing very solid in general.
Absolutely.
Could be anybody's tournament right now. Nobody really running away with it. Tim, I think, probably the most impressive so far for me.
Played very solid.
Played very solid. Yeah, I wouldn't have done anything differently to what Tim has done so far. I think he's played basically mistake free, and that's easy for us to say. Like looking at the cards, that we wouldn't do anything differently. But yeah, it's almost like he's been looking at the cards too.
And look at these hands. Ace
Yeah,
Queen button open. Jacks with the reshove. Ace Jack suited now.
Yeah.
Probably just gonna get away quite comfortably.
Tough spot. Well, goes for the rejam, which I think is okay. Yeah, I think it's bottom, but it's okay. The small blind range we should be crushing, not crushing, but in very good shape against the small blind range, and the button range is just wide enough that the small blind range becomes wide, and we get a lot of folds. And
the raise fold gap is very wide as well, because he's folding ace queen.
Overcall, yeah, exactly. He can't. Ace king's like.
What does he do with ace king off?
It's like he pretty gross.
Yeah.
But probably puts it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, ace queen we see pretty much snap folding, so.
Yeah. So just looking to fade 2 of the aces, as we've seen.
Yeah, and that's a great outcome for Fabian, because he gets the hand that would have knocked him out to fold, gets it in against a hand that he's crushing instead of flipping against. Some of the outs are gone, and there's also just more money in the pot. So a great situation for him.
Absolutely ideal.
Yeah, gets the big, well-needed double up. He's going to be happy with that. Nothing Max can really do with that action. Obviously, if the big blind folds, he calls. But
yeah,
I think ace jack, it's just going to be a bit too good.
He's sat in about third at the moment, right?
Max,
yeah. I think third, yeah. And short stack to his right, and a couple of medium stacks. Yeah, just not really.
Why risk your tournament life with jacks? I know. And 10 bigs as well. You could just fold to the money.
Is that the chat pro insight there?
There's Easter Dams trolling.
Flipping at best.
Wait for a better spot. Just call and see if you get a good
see a flop. If you got the overpair, donk jam.
Or bet fold.
Yeah.
Somebody bring me a burger, for God's sake. Why do I have to put all this effort in? So stacks, yeah, relatively level across the board. There's only kind of, a couple of million in it, which at this stage is what big blind are we at? 100k?
60.
60.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where did I get to 100 from? Getting ahead of myself.
From the hyper turbo yesterday, the 5k hyper.
Oh yeah.
Every time we blinked, it was going up.
Yeah, it was. It said it was 30-minute clock, but I think it was just a very aggressive structure as well. Yeah. 30 minutes, but we also taken a few of the levels out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a lot of skips, wasn't there?
Tim with a very comfortable stack, 50 or 60 big blinds as the chip leader, and then going down from there to seat 6, who's going to be the short stack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, seat 2 is second in chips, but yeah, Philip is the short stack there, seat 6. He's down to about 10 big blinds or less, by the looks of it, that looks like just over 500 to me.
Yeah, seat 1, seat 3, seat 5, sort of hanging on in there.
20 bigs, 20, medium, 25 big area.
15 to 25 range, exactly. Queen 9 off on the button.
He's going to want to open this one.
Second in chips, opening into the chip leader, but strong enough.
Yeah, strong enough.
Regardless,
not gonna. He's not. There's not been very much pre-flop free betting so far. That's one thing about this final table. There's been a few opportunities, and it's
have
a very
taken the passive route.
They've taken the kind of low variance quote unquote route.
Yeah.
But there have been a few good opportunities, and it's a very strong tool in ICM situation, especially like big blind free bet there for Tim. He could kind of pack some bluffs into that range if he wanted to. I'm sure he knows that, but
I think he's going to be very.
Yeah, I think we'll see him wield his stack pretty nicely when he gets the opportunity.
Yeah. So Philip finding the 4s now with about 8 big blinds. Just going to be piling that one in.
Yeah. Not much you can do.
No. Big blind ante next hand. Just about as good as it gets.
Not in love with it by any means. You really want to be having a blocker when you shove in these situations, especially when you're short stat. But yeah,
you'd rather have king queen off, wouldn't you?
I just this stat depth, you just can't quite get away with folding. If he had like 10, 11 bigs, he can get away with folding. But yeah, it's just too short here, being under the gun. But he has run in to the blade.
The blades from Herman on the button with 2.5 million.
Yeah, and he's got a stack where it's not super suspect to just call here, and he can still call down to like pocket 8s, potentially 7s, ace. Yeah, maybe ace 10 suited makes it into the muck, but ace jack definitely going to be in there for this stack size.
Yep.
So yeah, just us flicking the call, which I think is definitely the play.
Just praying.
Oh, and it's going to be well.
What?
Whoa!
How did he do that? Yusuf is... My God, that is an insane snap fold. Wow. What a boss. Didn't even think about it. He was just like, that cold calls aces. Fold. That is insane.
Huh.
That's not a graphic blunder.
Wait, it was the right ace. It was the ace of spades and the...
Yeah. Wow. That's mental.
Yeah.
For someone that's been Hollywooding a lot with the sort of marginal
opens,
and just snap folding the ace king there.
Yeah, I mean you could potentially think your way to a fold there and be like, okay, well, there's major implications for me busting in 7th. There's a chance that the short stack jams here. The button's much more likely to have a good hand than the jammer. But still, like, it can just be 8s against ace, 8s against ace queen or something, and or it can be like ace 4. It could be like the ace 5 suited under the gun, and then ace queen on the button, and we just got them both dead. So at least having a think about it there. But I mean, I'm a bit speechless. I think he's just absolutely soul read the guy and been like, "Oh, you got aces, mate. Nice one. I'm out."
Some white magic right there.
Yeah, white magic. That was some Phil Hellmuth inspired stuff right there.
Just no consideration whatsoever. Just don't fancy
I'm not
it.
in. I don't feel it.
No, ace high.
I mean, he was right.
Yeah.
Comes third. Yeah, Yusuf is end boss. Yep. Agreed. It's undeniable now.
It really is, actually. It's off for a victory lap.
Yes. I'm a fucking legend. Okay, so we've just been told that after the small blind folded, the button showed aces, thinking that they'd got to showdown with the big blind still being in. So he just gets to snap fold ace king. So actually, he's just avoided a huge cooler. Huh? Yeah, I was looking myself. What are you getting? Yes, that's exactly what I want. Yeah.
That all happened so quickly we didn't really see it. So we're getting the information that the button's called.
I already said it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That is insane.
Oh yeah, okay, sweet. So Yusuf actually, just been given an absolute lifeline there.
Yeah.
Here you go. I've got aces. All right. Well, I guess I snap fold.
I'm out.
That makes some sense now.
Yeah.
How do I like? You're gonna have to talk me through this. I want to just take some stuff off. That's all. I don't like pickles. I just don't like pickles. That's all.
So button versus big blind action here, and electing to check back. The king deuce does have a back door, but a board that not really gonna get many folds on. And just taking the king high to showdown now. Max with the pocket fours. Going to be electing to check as well.
My prayers have been answered. I was literally like, I want a burger, and then the other commentary guy just comes around from the other stream.
Burger?
He's like, you want a burger?
Absolutely.
Yes. And then he's like, you want a beer? No.
No. Yeah, it's too far.
Yes, just a burger, please.
Max going for the sixth pair, the sixth pair value bet.
Just got the news that JBH is in for 30 bags.
Ooh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big one. 2 5Ks with re-entry. Gets it through. Chipping up, down to 6 now, so everybody locked up. 6K, I believe.
That's it, yeah.
Yusuf still the short man after has an absolute lifeline, basically. Was just absolutely gifted a lifeline there for anybody that didn't see it.
Yeah.
There was an all-in under the gun for like 8 bigs. Button had aces and called. Small blind folded, and then the button showed aces, thinking that they were on their backs, and the big blinds sat there with ace king left to act. Absolute dream spot. Like, he's just, that's thousands of euros.
Yeah, and he's gone for a walk as well. He might be like, I'm getting a bit excited here.
Guy with aces is probably thinking of ways to let that one go.
Yeah, absolutely. Walk it off.
Yeah, the guy's like, I had ace king, and you're just like, oh god.
Oh my word.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Thousands of euros kind of dusted.
Just a million chips, like chip lead. What are we? Button 16 big blinds. Yeah, I think you could do anything here really. You could go for a limp, you could go for a raise, you could go for a shove.
Ooh, and Max is going to go for the jam versus this min raise.
Yeah, 20 big blinds, less than 20 big blinds effective. I think this is a very solid play with the double blocker hand. You're just going to get a hand like this potentially to fold sometimes. You can't really. It's really close, this. Really, really close, which is why open jamming is maybe slightly preferable, or limping.
Yeah.
This is a very, very close spot. I think we probably have to call being last
versus
in chips. Yeah, versus an aggressive player, being last in chips, no more real ICM pressure. We do dominate some stuff. We do flip with a lot.
Yeah.
I think this is probably we got to get it in there. Just about, but does elect to lay it down. I mean, you can't say it's a terrible fold.
No.
So,
but yeah, dominating the Jack 10 suited, the Queen Jacks.
Yusuf would have folded anyway. Yeah, probably, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, it's a tough one. He's definitely on the tighter side.
Yeah.
I can see him
conservative.
I can see him potentially getting away from it there. Yeah, but I think he probably gets it in.
I think players like him don't really. They're not very comfortable calling off. They want to
be in.
Yeah.
More importantly, the Formula 1 is starting.
Excellent. So
King we'll turn this off in a minute.
King 8 suited here for, what is 16 big blinds?
Yes, into a big stack. This is just, again, just going to be a pretty somewhat of a mix. You're happy to limp and you're happy to jam.
Yeah.
Either is going to be okay. Again, like one of the short stacks, so not a huge amount of ICM pressure on him, and a reasonable amount of ICM pressure on the guy calling off. Although he's not at any risk of busting, it is still going to be a relatively significant portion of his stack to call off. So he's not just going to wing it in there with ace-5 off, but he does run into jacks, and Fabian's going to see both cards and snap him off.
Yeah, and the one chip call, and unfortunate.
Yeah, still. I mean, it's you know, he's got one in free shot here. It's not he's not drawing dead by any means. King 8 suited is still a relatively strong hand. He's going to retain a lot of equity on some flops.
Oh, and there is the king high board.
Not the worst king high board though. The king 9 of hearts gives Alex all the back doors in the world. So.
And he's hoping for a heart 10 queen, some kind of.
Yeah, he's not happy bunny there. That's a turn card though.
Always a sweat.
Jeez, that's a turn card. And he's going to be loving that. Look at his 30%
hands on the head.
Yeah, he's like, wow,
sweating.
It's not the deuce of clubs. So I don't really know what I want to happen here. I think for some justice, I'd like jacks to win because it just feels nice when the best hand wins in poker. But
it
doesn't happen. And Fabian didn't get it in with aces, but does get there when he needs to. So yeah, nice spot for him. You see Alex, obviously, yeah, understandably a bit frustrated there, but
what can you do?
You can't let these things bother you. Like it's annoying. Like, don't get me wrong, it's annoying, but
it's not like anyone wailed it off there. It's
nobody wailed it off. It's a spot that happens. You didn't do anything wrong. You got unlucky. You're still in the tournament. You weren't covered. There are a lot of things that could have been worse. You weren't covered, and you still have 35 bigs, and you're still right in there. So you just got to put it out of your mind, refocus, play the next hand. Yeah, Alex still with 30 bigs there. Like, it's going to hurt because he came in today as a chip leader. I'm sure he had high expectations. You don't really see yourself being at risk of potentially busting sixth when you come in as the chip leader. You hope not too often anyway, but yeah, it can happen.
Just the way that the swings of the final table works, unavoidable situations that pop up.
I think there was a virtual safety car on the first lap.
No, there wasn't.
I think so.
No way.
It might have been the formation lap, but I don't know if that counts. I don't think this is the formation lap. It doesn't look like a formation lap. Carnage.
Jesus. Yusuf, the bulletproof man, navigating his way to glory.
Yeah, there was.
It was, wow. That's the first of...
Brutal.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Going on here? Is Yusuf limped with Queen 6 suited, or I saw chips going in the middle there? Just wait for the graphics to catch up. A little bit confused by what was going on there. Looked like he was limping with Queen 6 suited after playing extremely snug, so...
Ricardo in first.
Yeah? Wow.
Got past Max. Ace King suited. Gorgeous. Ace 10 off. Versus the cut off. Just a snap fold.
I think it's. I think this is
something wrong.
An ISO. I think Yusuf has limped with Queen 6 suited for some reason. And I think Max has gone for the 4x ISO.
I see. Yeah, that's not a play. The Queen 6. Yeah. It's just funny to be so tight and then just randomly
just sort of
pop these limps in out of nowhere for no reason, but
sort of why not?
Why not? Just a strange hand choice.
Very. So no playable hands to the button. The Queen 8 suited, definitely going to be an open. Taking a bit of a knock. But back in the game.
Absolutely.
Opening into Yusuf's big blind, I believe.
Yep.
Oh no, he's Yusuf was under the gun. We've got the small blind just sort of absent.
AWOL.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy defend for Tim. He might elect a 3-bet sometimes though. This is one of those spots I was talking about. Very nice spot to just put a 3-bet bluff in and really put the pressure on. But
also a hand that plays very well as a defend.
It also just plays very well as a defend. He could shove, he could call, he could 3-bet.
Yeah. Gives you some nice options by defending like the king and jack high boards where you've got slightly stronger hand than your opponent might perceive.
Yeah, great flop for Alex. He's probably just going to go for like a bet check bet line here, and it's a great board for Tim to potentially attack with a check raise sometimes, and also just float quite wide and then bluff the river, and we've just got a really nice hand to bluff cat. We do block some floats obviously like Queen 10 and Queen Jack, but there's enough other stuff in there. 10-7 suited, 6-7 suited, 5-7 suited, Jack 10s. It's just some 2 overcards with a backdoor flush draw. Or worse, 8x, under pairs. Probably shoving a lot of the pocket pairs pre-flop though, so they're not in there so much.
Yeah, 30 effective. Ace on the turn, likely to see a check.
You guys Hamilton fans?
Nah. Anyone but.
Don't mind. Bigger fan of Max.
Yeah. Going for the double barrel with the Queen 8 on the ace turn. It's interesting.
Check, bet, call on the flop. Yeah, check's going to be check on the turn. It's actually not an amazing turn for Alex because Tim's going to continue a decent amount of ace high on the flop. It's going to be like a big part of his range that just defends pre and then calls the flop.
He's bet the turn, yeah. It's
interesting.
Yeah, just going for the sort of 20%.
Just trying to get paid by draws and then have a nice showdown on the river. Tim calls twice.
Calling twice.
Yeah, beats some draws. The problem is blocking.
The diamond.
The diamond and the jack is like not an amazing one to be bluff catching with. Something like King of Spades, 7, like King 7 of Spades or King 7 of Clubs that had a backdoor flush draw on the flop and a backdoor straight draw is going to be like a nicer King high to bluff catch with.
For sure.
King Queen for Max under the gun. It's going to be opening that one for sure. Max doing a good job of just maintaining his stack, not really like making that much progress in either direction, but hanging in there, playing pretty solid, staying out of trouble at the moment. Ace Jack suited for Fabian, now up to a nice stack at this.
Out of nowhere, really.
Yeah. What was the second hand?
He shoved the King 8, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that's right.
For 15 and got that.
Yep.
So let's see how he approaches this spot. Is it a call? Is it going to be a 3-bet? Looks like he...
Likely to just be a call. Again, one of those situations where we just don't want to get jammed on with a hand with such high equity. It's not that we're folding the best hand, it's just that we have a great hand and we're interested in playing...
Want to be a little bit more polarized with our 3-bet strategy.
Yeah, we want hands that are an easy call or an easy fold. This is neither. It's a great flop. Ace Jack of Clubs.
Yeah.
Probably not one Max is going to see bet super often, but much more likely this than like 7-5-4. The deuce is maybe not as relevant in an ICM situation, but yeah, I like the decision to just check with no clubs. Fabian can really do whatever he likes in this spot. It's just going to be a mix between a a small bet, like a third or a quarter, or checking back, also fine.
Yep.
If Max has quite a wide range, obviously we can continue any turn, but we also just allow him to improve to like worse Jack X and worse Ace X by checking. But we just have, more than enough equity to bet there.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong in that spot.
No.
So as you see, between 25,000 and 6,000.
Yeah, so still pretty significant jumps.
The top 3 is
it's
rather steep, and then up to that is...
Yeah, not a huge amount of pressure just yet. Next jump only like 1,200, so Yusuf shouldn't be afraid of getting his chips in, but we have seen him be a bit on the nittier side. And I mean, that kind of shows here, like these other 5 players have all been the ones that have been relatively active, you know, like kind of taking the good spots, and you can see that bunches them together at the top. They're all making chips, as they kind of rightly should be.
All slowly accumulating.
Yeah, and just
Herman
staying alive.
He got quite lucky with the aces spot, didn't he? But apart from that, the other 4 guys certainly have been...
and Yusuf taking those passive options, left with the short stack, and you can see that's just kind of how poker goes. Like, you want to be the one... You bust 9th and you bust 6th, there's not a huge amount of difference in it, but if you play this way, you're kind of capping yourself at 5th or 6th place, whereas at least if you're busting 9th through too much aggression, at least sometimes, well, not too much, but aggression, and then at least sometimes you're going to make those top spots.
Yeah. You say off in the hijack. Slightly reaching, do you think?
Yeah, with the chip leader and good player on the button. In the cutoff. Sorry, I thought it was the other guy that was going to open, or a good player with chips in the cutoff.
Yeah.
If Tim was on the button and we were the hijack, then I like it less. But I think this is okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah. Seems a fine open. Short stack on the button makes it very nice. Just less likely to get 3-bet. The other 2 positions are going to do less 3-betting, so easy fold versus the short stack jam as well. Standard defend.
Blocker.
Yeah, we got it's nice, very nice defend hand. King queen off. Yeah, decent flop for the king queen of diamonds. Blocks the top pairs nicely. Got some good back doors. Pretty happy to just check call.
2 clean overs.
Yeah. Ace 8, I imagine just going to go for the c-bet here. Pretty range betty board, going for a small size again. Like the 4 and the deuce, not super interactive with the big blind range, so it's like a jack high flush draw board, and the other 2 cards not super relevant.
Looks like he's gone for 120, slightly over a third.
Yeah, I'd like to just go a little bit smaller.
Bit smaller, yeah. It's not necessarily need to the sort of the efficiency of the 90k is basically the same, right? Yeah, and you kind of do preserve if you do run into the Jack X.
8 on the turn.
Yeah.
So probably
top kicker.
Yeah, just going to go check. I imagine betting small here with an 8 wouldn't be the worst either. Just eking a bit more value from those draws, getting some folds from like 5-6 that has a bit of equity, and getting mostly targeting those flush draws. But there's going to be a decent amount of Jack X in the range, and I think we're also just happy to kind of bluff catch with this hand on the river.
And as you say, kind of stripped of deuce X and 4X with the ICM.
But still going to have some like 5-3 suited stuff like that. The potential are going to want to bluff on the river 5-6 and stuff. So it looks like he is just going for the small bet, which I don't dislike. Perhaps some live reads here though. Not looking super enthusiastic about making this bet. Yeah. Gets the fold.
Yep.
Takes it down. Very nice. Bottas flying up to 12th. Bottas 12th at the moment. Both AlphaTauri out. Both AlphaTauris out in like first lap. Yeah. GG. Ricardo still leading. Interesting little mix-up. Love Formula 1. Don't know if any of you in the chat are into Formula 1, but it is a great sport. No deals with German legends. Yeah, hopefully no deals. I'd like to see it play out.
Yeah, I'd imagine it will be played to the death. Another sort of I'm not sure what to say, ambitious, unorthodox limp from Yusuf. And Max with another clear ISO spot.
Yeah, goes for the King 7 suited this time. Yeah,
Queen
I mean,
six
he's just
suited,
got
King
like,
7.
these are just fine hands to raise fold. Good,
Yeah.
good playability against the big blind, crush some of the big blind's defends. Nice blocker to jams and stuff, and easy to raise fold. So, but yeah, he likes to just see the flop. ICM situation, it's about just winning chips, you know, as frequently as possible and as many chips as possible with the easiest way possible, basically. Not necessarily the easiest way, but yeah, just trying to like limp and make hands is not the strategy.
What do you think Max is going to elect to do here with the 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, gut shot?
What's pot size? 470. I think a jam would be very reasonable. I think betting small and calling it off would be okay. Something like half pot and calling it off to give yourself not a terrible price would also be okay. Checking also completely fine. Just realizing it's difficult for him to make too many mistakes here. He can't. He's never going to get it in bad shape if he bet calls the flop. It's only 10 bigs, and the pot's already going to be a decent size by the time you see bet, so he'll be getting a reasonable price. And he can be ahead sometimes against like Queen 10. With 10-8 suited, we've seen him limping this, so he can have 7-8 suited, 10-8.
Yeah.
Picks up the flush draw. See, now I like betting slightly less because we're going to have worse equity versus the hands that jam. So if he like check the flop, he was going to check jam a jack, but then he just decides, oh, I can just check jam the turn with a jack or a 9 or something instead. Now we just have worse equity when we call it off.
Do you think Yusuf will find a double check there with those top pairs and stuff like that?
Maybe. But he might just not fold some hands that would have folded to like 2 barrels or hands that would have folded to a jam. And I think on the turn we don't really get much worse to fold. Like he just has auto folds which are absolutely crushing anyway. Yeah. And we have so much equity. Like it's such a great board for us.
He doesn't really have much ace high as well with that limp.
No. Yeah. So I think just like taking the king high to showdown and just betting when you make a good hand is going to be a decent strategy. It's nice to just have some value bets in that line as well. But yeah, I mean, he probably has enough equity to bet call it off on the turn. I just like to go for a big bet so that you're getting a much better price when you do end up calling it off. Didn't see what size he bet, but he's going to be opening this one too. Snap. Going to be just a call on the button. Can't see him 3-betting, same reasons as we said earlier, like this kind of stat depth. 3-bet folding your suited stuff is never going to be desirable because you just end up folding a lot of equity, and these hands just play very well in position, and they protect you a bit on the boards that favour the opener's range. Yeah,
way too many big blinds to jam as well.
Yeah, if you end up 3-betting all of this kind of stuff, then you end up very weak on ace-high boards. Great flop, absolute free roll, and Max is going to like this board. Nines and sevens do exist in these kind of ranges, but things like ace 9, ace 7, not in there so much. Ace is obviously not really in there. A lot of draws that we crush. Checks it back, which is okay. I think it's a very reasonable play.
Yeah.
We can induce some bluffs later. We just have great equity. Max can still have some ace-king, ace-queen sometimes that he decides to check. He's going to be just drawing dead a lot and want to kind of start bluffing turns versus a perceived capped range as well. Max is going to give us a lot of like pocket 6s and stuff like that now. 6s, 5s, king, queen, that he can start attacking with some of his weaker hands. So I quite like the check, but again, betting when you have tons of equity, always fine. Max goes for the pot size bet on the turn, which I like. Great sizing, just really pressuring all the flush draws. Jack 10's obviously going to be in there sometimes, but Max is blocking one of the Jack 10 suited combinations. He's probably going to assume that Jack 10 of spades would bet the flop. So really, it's just down to the kind of hearts, the heart and the diamond combos. And then other than that, he's going to have a bunch of like King Jack of spades, Queen Jack of diamonds, Queen Jack of hearts, all that kind of stuff. And Max doesn't block any of the flush draw combos. So it's a nice.
All of those are going to be relatively insensitive to the sizing as well.
Yes.
Just going to be continuing.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens on the river.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Max should understand that Fabian is going to have some flushes here. When he calls a pot size bet on the turn, his range is very weighted towards Jack 10, a set of 8s,
10x in hearts and spades.
Hearts and spades, yeah, and some ace-x obviously.
Yeah.
But those draws are the ones that can stand up to the pot size bet on the turn, the strong flush draws. So he's going to have that kind of thing. Yeah.
What's this?
I'm not a fan of this because we just get the only hands that we were really ahead of anymore on the river is like the missed heart flush draws, and we potentially want to just induce a bluff from those sometimes because it's going to be a good river for Fabian to bluff with like those heart combos, Queen Jack of hearts,
yeah,
because he blocks some good ace-x, offsuit ace-x, and has Queen high. Blocking hearts would be like not too much of a big deal. I don't know if Max is going to pot the turn with something like Queen Jack of hearts. It would potentially be a bit unnecessary, but Max does do some stuff, so it's hard to know. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this block on the river. I think this is just a check fold, to be honest.
What's he really targeting
call,
here?
Perhaps, but Fabian's going to be using a big size on this river, so and he's been so in line so far. Yeah, he's just targeting like
a King 9.
I mean, I don't even know. That's why I just am not a fan of this. He doesn't have any worse ace-x. He's targeting like weird pocket 10s, but we block. Like I don't know. It's a super strange bet. Yeah, Fabian obviously just going to shove, and now he's just trying to give himself an easy bet fold, I guess. But I think people are more likely to bluff against this than they are against the check. So, I'm just happier to check fold. Just much happier to check fold than bet fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand that river play, but nice hand for Fabian. Nice to get there with your free rolls.
Absolutely gets there with the free roll and chips up. Only a couple of orbits ago. On 15 bigs now, I believe. Must be one of the chip leaders.
Not seen the cards yet.
Nope.
Hiding them from us. There we go. King 8 suited. Lovely.
Absolutely. Bit of momentum. Buyer on the button with ace queen.
Yes, this is going to be, how deep are we? 35?
35, just all in?
Probably not.
No?
Likely to just be a call for similar reasons as earlier. It's not a great hand to free bet call for 35 bigs. We crush a lot of the opens that we want to. We'd just keep in all the Queen Jack off, King Queen off, stuff like that. It's just a bit too many big blinds to shove. It looks like he is going for the free bet, which it will have to be a free bet fold, but I don't think it's outrageous by any means. I think I just prefer to use like ace 10 off. Yeah. Basically.
Being a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
Easier to fold to the 4-bet jam. Runs
it does allow him to get away from this situation, but I think he would get away from this situation anyway, to be honest. Squeeze out of the big blind. We haven't really seen any pre-flop free betting so far. So a squeeze out the big blind would be, but it would be a tricky spot. Button open, cut off flat, big blind squeeze. It's supposed to be a very bluffed spot now. So it would be an interesting spot, but he's got himself out of it. And Tim's decision, I think, it's just all in.
Just all in. Yeah, there's not really anything else we can do.
Yeah, click. doesn't really make any sense
No.
with queens. He just has to shove and hope for the best, really. You're not loving it, though. Like, when there's been a very passive table, passive in terms of, like, pre-flop free betting, we haven't really seen anything going on. There's been a few spots passed up to free bet, so you're not loving it by any means, unblocking aces and kings, but there are enough things in both ranges that queens is more than good enough. It's one of those hands. Very rarely a reason to fold pre-flop.
Yep. And just
Folds.
a snap fold with the ace queen.
Yeah, running into it a bit. Alex seems like he's pushing the right buttons. He just has run into it a couple of times, and
Absolutely.
the jacks versus king 8 just unlucky, but.
Yusuf in there grinding the 8 bigs. Herman the chip leader. Bernhauser 35. And Tim with 33 big blinds. So starting to get a bit short. We had 100 big blinds was the top chip count when we're coming into the final table.
More, wasn't it? 118, I think.
Yeah,
Heaps.
absolutely heaps, and starting to catch up with us.
Natural, though. That's just the way tournaments go, really. You don't really stay very deep until the end unless it's a very, very, very good structure indeed. Shorthand is rarely super deep. Yeah, easy open for Max. Queens now for Leonard. Leonard?
Yeah, yeah.
Leonard. Yeah, Leonard.
Leonard, yeah.
Leonard.
It's been plain sailing for him. Finds
Yeah,
the
it's
aces on
pretty
the big
easy,
spot,
isn't it?
queens.
So he's
Why
just
not?
going to go for a free bet here, obviously. We're up to 100k now, are we, big blind?
80, I think.
Oh, so Max with the almost 3x open?
Yeah, it said 80 on the last chip count, but could be 100. I don't see why he'd
200
be
in the
going.
pot. No, it must be 80.
Yeah, it's 80.
Yeah, I don't really. Not a size. I don't really understand why we want to open a big size with a hand this week under the gun. Our range just doesn't want to really put more money in either. Like, in general, all of our hands are happy to go smaller.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'd be nice to see the effective stacks behind. What's that? 2.1 million for Tim.
He might be just because of Yusuf in the big blind. He's kind of disincentivizing the peel.
Yeah, but you don't really mind the peel.
Oh wow!
Oh,
This
we're getting some coolers now.
Unbelievable.
Things are heating up in the deck. So now another just spot for Tim to just shove. Like, yeah, anything else is very suspect. Click is too suspect. Cold call is insanely suspect.
Yeah.
It's just an all-in, and I mean, the open and the 3-bet are already strong enough that it's actually fine. Like, we're quite happy. We're going to get called at a reasonable amount. So,
and regardless if we take it down, it's
Leonard's been just super in line. All the showdown they would have seen is him going to showdown with aces. So you've got to just believe that his range is insanely value heavy here. We're blocking aces as well. Sorry, we're blocking ace-king heavily as well, which means he's weighted to those pocket pairs a bit more, which are the ones he's going to be calling off. So, yeah, he's going to be loving this spot. And, wow, Herman's in just an absolute awful spot. Yeah.
Let's see. Has he just snapped it?
I think, no, he's getting the count.
Yeah.
Rightly so. This is like a very, very grim spot. If you're ever going to fold queens, this is the time.
Yeah, second versus first, or
second versus first. A lot of big blinds. I mean, it's not that many bigs. Is it 80? It's like 30 bigs.
Yeah, the chip leader was 39 on the last graphic. Yeah, so
yeah, we're just not folding.
Does he 4-bet jam jacks here though? No,
but
just a lot of ace king.
I think maybe jacks does make it in, and I think ace king obviously definitely makes it in
For sure.
So, and there's just a lot of combos of ace king because it's all the ace king offsuit. When you put in 16 combos of ace king and then 6 combos of jacks as well,
yeah,
you just gotta flick it. Same hand occasionally. It's not impossible. It's rare, but it happens.
Getting chip counts of stacks not involved in the hand now, just sort of like, oof, if I do lose here, how much has Yusuf got? It's down to 6 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a ICM disaster, this hand, to be honest, but he's played it up. He's played it fine. He's done, yes, sick hero fold. What a legend.
Unbelievable.
That is a great fold.
Yeah. That takes some discipline to...
Very disciplined, yeah. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to see that one on stream.
Absolutely. And to fold there, he's basically saying that he doesn't believe his opponent would have jacks, right? That's kind of the decision point.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah. Or he's just saying, like, maybe he does, but the ICM, I just make money by folding here because Yusuf is so short.
Yeah.
And the range is very strong. Even if it does contain some worse hands, it still definitely contains aces and kings. Yeah. We don't want to flip for it.
Doesn't want to flip.
Yeah, we want to be shoving queens, and if we run into aces that way, then okay. But it's a great fold, very disciplined indeed. Not even sure if I would find that, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe with Yusuf being so short, but it's 30. It was like only 30 bigs. That's
the main problem. We saw the pay jumps being relatively flat until the top 3 as well.
If it's like 50 bigs, then there's obviously far more reason to be getting away from it. But when you start getting towards 30, it's
very difficult.
Very difficult spot. But he has found the right answer there. Yusuf getting very short now, down to about 5-6 big blinds. So he's going to be looking for a spot this orbit. Nice hand for Alex.
Beautiful. Just going to pop it up.
Yeah, not much of a decision.
Yeah. Not really going to get targeted much. It's going to be a pretty snug range. Can happily raise call versus Yusuf. The old 5 Dewey. Got a couple more hands really to pull the trigger, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
450k. Yeah, it's about 5.5 big blinds.
Yeah, Fabian just should be letting this one go with such a short stack. You want to be avoiding getting involved with people that cover you.
Yeah. Just any kind of semi-marginal defense spot is just going to be out the window with the dynamic.
That's the right fold.
It's a nice little pick up for him because it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy final table. Obviously came in with the chip lead, had a few unfortunate spots, got 3 outed with the jacks versus the king 8, but still in there, and likely to get top 5 at least. Yusuf finally finds a go and runs into it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Max just going to rejam, nothing, no decision for him with the short stack, 15, 16 bigs. Yeah.
And bad news for Yusuf, realizing he's got 2 outs. Ooh. All the tricks in the book.
Stand up, jacket on, bag on.
Yeah, bags
order
out.
a cab.
Get the bolt
booked
out.
a flight home.
The old walk away. With
he's not committed to walking away, so he's never getting there. I can see he's hanging around. You got to be out the door.
That's it. One eye on the ball. Oh, he's literally.
Yeah.
walked
There
off.
we go. 4 on the river then. It doesn't get there.
Unfortunately, that will be the end
Takes
of Yusuf's run.
To 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, five guys who have all played pretty solid.
Absolutely.
5 guys. Ooh.
5 guys. Ooh.
Love a burger. If I mentioned I'd like a burger. So down to the last 5. Yeah, everybody locked up around 7k, I believe, 7.2.
Yep.
We'll probably see some payouts in a minute.
Yeah, 7.2.
Yeah, not a huge array of chip stacks there. All very close. It's again still just down to anybody at the moment. Alex has 1 double up and he's into the chip lead, so it's all to play for. Looks like Max had an absolute disaster pit stop.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's come out like second and now he's in like 9th.
Aye, aye, aye.
Yeah, looks like there was some trouble there.
5's under the gun as the chip leader. Certainly going to be an open.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Big blind slightly on the tighter side from what we've seen as well. Max finding the king 6, surveying his options, deciding whether he's going to use this as a 3-bet bluff candidate. Does elect to let it go. Ooh, jacks in the big blind for Herman. And off of about 32 big blinds here. I'm guessing it's going to be either a call or a shove. It's an interesting spot.
Yeah.
Just shoving? Calling?
Shoving.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, the 3-bet non-all-in is not really a thing with such severe ICM.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a shove is a nice play.
Yeah.
Does find it.
Yeah.
I'm liking how Leonard's playing.
Yeah.
Playing, yeah, very
pretty
solid.
solid. Got away from
and
the queens.
shows very good understanding of ICM. You know, calculating all the stacks, not in the hand, and making that very tight, disciplined fold. I think so.
Fireworks in the F1.
Looks like the 2 tap championship contenders have crashed into each other. Hamilton and Verstappen off. Hamilton's like wedged underneath Verstappen's car. Good state of that. Wow. This is what a race this is going to be. I'm happy with my Norris podium bet.
So at the moment it's Leclerc, Ricardo. Yeah.
Back to the cards. Sorry guys.
So limping with the 9 deuce suited seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And ace jack. Can ISO can check.
Yeah, no checking.
No checking,
Yeah.
just a pure ISO.
Yeah.
What sort of ace X would you want to check back? Like
just the weaker stuff. Play it linear. Ace deuce suiteds. You know, checks some suited ones so you can have some strong flush draws. Some offsuit weak ones. Ace deuce off, ace 3 off, ace 4 off. But the stronger ones just value raise.
Does go for a relatively meaty 4x by the looks of things.
Like it. Seems the appropriate size to me. 3.5 to 4x.
Yep. Still get continues from a lot of worse hands. Ace-9 suited here. Going to be seeing an open from Fabian.
So brutal how it happened. They were like a bit it's like bounced up on there off the curve. That was crazy. That's going to be a defend for Max.
For sure. Suited Queen 7. Could see some fireworks with a couple of diamonds on the flop.
Yes, likely, but it happens.
Unlikely, but yeah, certainly non-zero. And just the ace-9 deuce rainbow, the absolute gin. Or under the gun.
Almost prefer it to be ace-9 deuce with a flush draw, to be honest, because then at least we're going to get continued. But
yeah, it's kind of tough to get called when you block so much of the board. Backdoor diamonds as well. But for sure, going to be range betting for a small size. And just takes it down.
keep telling me I'm supposed to be muted. I'm not trying to mute. I'm just moving the microphone away from my mouth. Ace-3 under the gun makes it, oh, into the muck. I think that's a pretty nice one to open off a short stack depth. Suited ace-X ones are just always good, and we're quite short-handed now, five-handed. Like the suited ace is just a good enough hand to open. Maybe I misread and he had offsuit, I'm not sure, but. Limp check seems good. Could be some action flops here with these connected hands. There's a chance they both interact. And they do. Second pair with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Fabian. And Max with the open ender, also with the diamond.
It's going to be a standard continue.
Yeah, very standard.
And the ace. interesting card. It's not really one that interacts with either, to be honest.
Actually a bit of a brick.
Yeah, complete brick.
Being the diamond is slightly relevant. They can both still have some like nut flush draws, but yeah, you're not looking at that many combos. Max is obviously going to ISO a bunch of them pre-flop. Sorry, Fabian's obviously going to ISO a bunch of them pre-flop, and Max is going to raise first in with some of the stronger ones. And
Max
they might
now
not.
just trying to pressure 6x.
Yeah, Max's suited ace-x might not necessarily bet the flop as well. Ace-high just good enough to check call. Check. Oh, so Max just bets and then bets the turn. Can't see Fabian folding this one just yet.
Absolutely not. Gonna have to come along for one more and reevaluate on the river.
It's going to be interesting if Max starts betting the river because his range is quite,
quite
a strange one.
Improve
Drills it
to the straight with the diamond blocker. Going to be absolutely loving that river, and very tough spot now for Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian's got a pretty sweet bluff catcher actually, so could see this go.
Like
Bet
bomb.
call. Yeah, what's this effective
1.2
stacks?
SPR.
Yeah, jeez.
This is probably going to be an all-in.
I don't think he wants to jam. No, I think he wants to go for a block, just targeting Jack X, 9X. Fabian's obviously going to have some flushes sometimes, so we are going to want to bet fold occasionally. Maybe not this exact hand, but I think going for something like 400k, he just goes for the shove. I think I like a smaller bet because we're very protected. And we just want to target. Fabian has a very weak range here. Check back the big blind. He really just has a lot of those flopped pairs.
A brick.
Yeah, the cool line is is loads of just flop pairs. So I think if you are too aggressive against those, you're just going to be met with far too many folds. But we'll see what happens. Perhaps it's the genius size and Fabian hero calls.
Gets away from it fairly briskly. Nice fold.
Yeah. So yeah, I just like a bit of a smaller size there. Just target that Jack X, 9X range. That's what he's really heavy with.
He's king of the cutoff. Lovely find.
Tim has had a few nice spots to open and just generally get involved.
Finds the aces there with the queen's 3-bet as well.
Yes, unlucky to not be a runaway chip leader.
Absolutely.
Against a lot of people, he's stacking chips still.
This could be getting fired in here. So it's going to be 80k big blinds. So it's what, like 25 bigs effective with the fives versus the cutoff. Just going to shove. I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah, seems fine to me. It's definitely on the upper end of chip stacks we want to be jamming, but
yeah, up to 30, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Tim's just going to call this one off.
Yeah. Nothing to be done. An unavoidable flip situation, and let's see. Ooh,
he's thinking about it, but he will end up putting it in. He can't fold this hand. He knows he can't fold.
Cutoff versus button here, just going to be calling, but as you can see, it's not really a super comfortable situation for him. He's thinking, well, But, you know, your opponent's going to have ace-queen, your opponent's going to have ace-10 suited, ace-jack, ace, you know, just so many hands that you're dominating.
He's just going to have ace-king a bunch as well.
Yeah. He's not considering folding, is he?
I mean, he must be, otherwise he would have called.
Wow.
It's a tough spot for him because he's a chip leader, and if he loses this pot, he's last in chips. But
yeah,
if he wins
crippled.
this pot, he wins the tournament a lot of the time.
Yeah. No! Wow.
Just a tiny bit too tight there, I think.
Yeah.
Ace-king, I think, has to go. I mean, when you can eliminate some of the top of his range as well, because a lot of that would trap or go for a small free bet.
Yeah.
He's mostly in the we are definitely flipping or better range. So, yeah, for me, we got to just put it in there.
Wow, I did not expect to see that. I mean, how far can you take it in terms of, like, obviously there's avoiding spots and then there's just...
straight up folding the best hand.
Yeah.
Well, not the best hand, but, you know,
just
too many good hands.
The near nuts.
Yeah, that's like one step.
It's not even covered, he covers as well, so...
Yeah, it's not that, it's just the future game of him. If he folds, he's still chip leader.
Yeah.
And if he loses, he's last/out. But you also have to consider the future game of winning these hands when you are likely to also... It's like, yeah, I might be folding the best hand, but the future game is great for me. If he's like a short stack and he's covered and there's a bunch of other short stacks, then fair, but nobody's really short. He's not covered, he's not going to bust, and he also he doesn't have a particularly marginal hand, like he just has the best hand, a dominating hand a lot of the time. He's never dominated. I don't think he ever has aces or kings in the jam range, so he dominates often, he's never dominated, and the times he wins, he just has half the chips.
Yeah.
And he also eliminates quite a kind of somewhat difficult player.
Yep. On his direct left as well, which is going to be problematic. So Max with nice candidate to pop it up, king 10 off, as you were talking about, Leo, the double blocker type open. And folding round small blind with the queen jack suited. Probably just going to see a peel here, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Don't think anything else is really an option.
Yeah, can't fold, can't really 3-bet. Following his decision. Is he shoving? No, he's calling. And another queen jack suited in the big blind.
Also just going to be a defend. Not the worst spot to shove. As the chip leader covering, it's not the worst spot to shove at all. The small blind's basically going to fold absolutely everything. And under the gun we know is going to be wide enough. These suited broadways are very, very good hands to kind of do this with. Good equity against ace king, block some strong pairs.
Fold out some hands that dominate you as well, for that amount of big blinds.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's not mandatory at all. Calling is very, very fine and standard. So not really much for anybody, but then with a bit of a backdoor, doubt he's going to get to realise his equity.
Yeah, I imagine Max is just going to look very small here.
Even without any diamonds, he's just ahead of so many hands, and he gets better hands to fold in both ranges. where if there was a heads-up pot, the small blind is potentially going to continue some hands like pocket eights and stuff like that on the flop once. When it's a multi-way pot and they're sharing the kind of defense frequency between the small blind and the big blind's going to have some more ace-x and some other hands that are going to want to continue, as well as a lot of draws with some robust equity, so the small blind just ends up folding a lot more to the c-bet.
In that kind of sandwich spot as well, which is the nice thing about the bet. Instant pressure. Yeah.
Mostly pairs and stuff. But
there are obviously ICM outputs that are ridiculously tight in some spots, but yeah, in that one for sure. So I'm not sure if it's the concept slightly misapplied or just
Pokemon Face in the chat, telling it like it is, making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying like people talking about edge folding, saying you think you got an edge on the table, you can just fold and pick your spots or whatever. But
doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, this stack depth, nobody's shown to be particularly weak. I don't think there's a huge edge to be had. He doesn't have an amazing position, being out of position to one of the kind of high stakes players that's going to be caring a lot less about the money. This is like 5 buy-ins for cash games for him.
Yeah, he's playing 25-50. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, rightly saying the edges are super thin with those blind sizes, and yeah, nobody's been nitty, nobody's been anything other than solid so far. So
absolutely,
I wouldn't be sitting at this table if I was Tim thinking, wow, I've got all these fools crushed. I'll just edge fold.
Yeah. Yep.
You'd never call ace queen.
You can't call ace queen, no.
Ace queen's an easy fold, but ace king we kind of have to call because we're going to fold a lot of pairs as well. We can't fold. We can't just fold everything.
Yeah.
Otherwise we're left with nothing to call, and ace king just gives.
Just the raise fold gap's just insane.
If you're
opening all of the blocker hands and all of these, you know, ace x, king x, some suited, some pairs.
They dominate a lot of his range because his range is going to be quite pair heavy. So like nines is amazing compared to ace king. But ace king still dominates a bit of his range. And yeah, that's important, the domination and the future game. So bottom would be ace king, and then something like nines, I imagine, eights or nines. Oh, sorry, I moved the mic away from my mouth. Sorry guys, I was just eating food, so I moved the microphone away from my mouth. Yeah, just ace king is the bottom, pocket nines, something like that. Like pairs are nicer because they crush some of his pairs. And we don't think he's going to have those top pairs in his range, but you can't just only call with like 25 combos or something there. I don't know what we would call tens, nines, tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces, like 36 combos. Like we're getting wrecked because he can just jam like ace 5 suited, and that'll be absolutely printing against us, knowing that we're just only calling pairs. What you eating? I don't even want to tell you, it's embarrassing.
Dirty burger.
Chicken burger. Yeah, but it was like hangover recovery fuel. I feel much worse about myself now. So
yeah,
I got a bottle of Jack Daniels, disguised as iced tea.
Classic.
Yeah, this is mad. This is the sweetest thing I've ever tasted.
What is that?
It's supposed to be iced tea.
It's like some sort of nectar.
Yeah. Very, very sweetened. Never dirtier than your binges, Paul. No, that's right. Never dirtier than your binges. I've never seen a guy as ripped as Paul.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
Eat
Shite.
so much donuts and chocolate. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
But respect. Live your life. Eat the food.
Why not?
Do the gear. I'm joking. Don't do that.
Terrible idea. So deuces here, just going to be folding. Queen 9 as well, I'd imagine.
Stress of losing flips burns a lot of calories.
That is true.
Yeah. Stomach clenching. Oh god.
There it is. Max going for the wide steal on the button with the king 3 off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about this one either.
He probably thinks that the big blind has been on the sort of tighter side.
Yeah, when he hasn't.
Spire?
Yeah, he just hasn't. He's just
No?
been very solid now.
You think?
Yeah. He just
hasn't really had many
any
spots
marginal
recently.
spots or anything like that. He's just
Yeah.
had very clear-cut spots and not very many of them. So
Mhm.
it's okay. It's not the worst open in the world, but I think he just needs to. I mean, maybe he really does believe he's that much better than everybody else post-flop, but like we were saying in the chat, the edges are just not that thick, and none of these guys have showed themselves to be weak. And if anything,
Especially at 30 effective.
yeah, a kind of like middle of the range tournament regular is going to be better than a high-stakes cash game player who never studies tournaments. Even in, their intuition will only get them so far in terms of ICM. So
Yeah.
yeah, he can't just default be like, well, I'm the best. And we're playing 30 big blinds deep. Like, how much edge do you have post flop? Not even 30 bigs with a lot of these
Not
guys.
an awful
25,
lot.
yeah, not a lot. Not that, yeah. Nobody's been making any big blunders, so it's hard to say you have a big edge.
Especially from this last 5 lineup.
Yeah, I'd actually say if anybody so far has played hands that I would potentially play differently, it would be Max.
Yeah, but he's kind of
Not that I'm saying that that's wrong at all, by the way, because I'm not stating my opinion as fact or that everything I've said is correct. But there are a few logical spots where it would seem that Max's hand or range would want to do something a bit different. But he's obviously a very talented player.
beats to the sound of his own drum.
Yes, just doesn't really care, does he? He's like, I don't care if I'm a pip wide here, let's just have it. Short-term variance, what you gonna do about it?
Who wants it?
Can't say I've not played like that before.
Gung-ho approach.
Yeah, man, if you put me deep in a soft live tournament, not that this is not a soft live tournament, but if you put me deep in a soft live tournament, there's no way I'm folding king 3 off on the button, so if he just views this field in the same way as I would view a €200 tournament or whatever, then so be it. McLaren 1-2. Yeah. Bottas can hold the lap for 12 laps, so I'll be alright. I've recovered slightly from the no virtual safety car. Check on the flop. Turns the club. Interesting. Relatively interesting turn. They both got a gut shot straight flush draw. The ace-7 of clubs and just the jack-high flush draw. It's very, very kind of interesting hand matchup. Buyer with the lead, which I like. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a good choice of hand. And Herman, I can't see folding this combination. No way. He can just have the best hand right now. Obviously has equity to improve. 2 overs to some of those 5x, 6x pairs. That's fine and cool. Off suit 9 on the river, so nothing for either player. If Buyer finds the c-bet here, he's going to
I'd imagine he follows through.
Otherwise, probably check. But yeah, it's a good, really good river for him. Really, really good. But it's also a great river for Herman to bluff. But unlikely that he wants to raise the river in position on the flush completer, because although the straight gets there, he's going to be raising less straights for value, especially if he faces a relatively big size. So probably just bet wins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, goes for the pot size bet. It's going to get it done. Nice sizing there. break time, I guess.
Looks like it. When we see the...
Maybe not, nobody's leaving.
Yeah. Maybe 1 or 2 more hands.
Yeah, down to just 32 bigs at the chip lead now, and just, yeah, very, very close bunch together stacks. Still just out there for anybody. And the next couple of buy-in levels are going to be, there's going to be action for sure. It's getting hard to avoid now. Not going to be any ace-king folding going on for much longer, I don't think. Bottas gets past Perez up into third from the back of the grid. Not bad at all. Oh, Perez gets back though. Very nice. 10-8 suited. Yep, seems like a fine open. Again, Max just using these big sizes, which don't really achieve too much. Just a bit unnecessary. This kind of stack depth, putting in any extra chips when you don't need to. Get you a t-shirt. Yeah, just
big sizing again. I thought last time it was because of Yusuf being in the big blind.
Perhaps it was, but perhaps it wasn't that, and he's just opening to a big size. But yeah, it's just not a size you want to use in this situation. No need to put any extra money in the pot with any part of our range. Aces are happy to keep the pots smaller at this kind of lowish stack depth, induce more action, induce more defense from the big blind, and our wider steals just have a cheap steal, and it's not going to be that much of an influence on the big blind's defending range because he's just going to be a bit tighter naturally. Free t-shirt.
T-shirt. Pokercode Festival, Bratislava. Lovely
Got
stuff. That's a nice touch.
Memorabilia from Bratislava Casino.
Yeah, you've got the hoodies, the SSOP.
Couple of watches, t-shirts, 2 hoodies.
Yeah.
Some shares in the casino.
The franchise.
Another virtual safety car.
No way.
Yeah,
the second one. Yeah. Mazepin.
Yeah, just dusted it completely as always. Not even anybody around or anything challenging. It's just like, oh, I'm just going to spin it here.
Mazza spin.
Maybe it's just dead car actually. Looks like he's going very slowly.
Herman opening it up and Silt's defending the 9-6 off.
Yeah.
Ooh. That is an action board if ever I've seen one.
Board. I think 9-6 off is okay.
It's too wide.
It's okay. It's like just about, but again, we're not loving it. Just kind of scraping the barrel. Yeah, and I think just folding when you're one of the bigger stacks is fine. Keeping the other guys at bay. Don't give them any opportunity to win chips off you. Keep things tight.
Bottom 2 on a board like this, 20 effective is just going to be a pure raise get in, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
You just don't really want to...
Herman will go for a very small bet here as well because he's happy to just face any action with his hand, any check raise or whatever. So it's going to be like a 150 or whatever, 175 perhaps.
Looks like he's
It's 200, yeah. 200. I guess slightly on the bigger side, but.
So is it a jam or is it going to be something like 650?
It will be a raise, I imagine, not all in. Yeah, something like 600.
Yeah.
Shove, not a bad play by any means. Unblocks all the top pair, all the draws, all the 10x, 7-8. Doesn't have any king, queen, 10, heart, and nothing. So shove wouldn't be bad at all. But I think he just wants to get extra peels from hands that are drawing quite thin, like king, queen, with like king, queen of spades, something like that. It's just in a tough spot.
Yep.
Going for about 700 by the looks of it. $675, yeah, seems like a fine sizing. Herman.
With this hand, do we just peel?
You can be left in some very tricky spots on the turn, but you can pretty much call all in on any turn.
Yeah. Is there any real incentive? Is there any reason to shove
I
here?
think it's nice to keep bluffs in, like something like 10-7 of spades, you know, that Silts could be using to check raise here. So shoving is going to be fine. We're going to get it in against some like 7-8 of hearts and stuff sometimes. That's going to be a lot of the combinations that Max raises. 10-8 of hearts, although we block 10-8 of hearts, so it's mostly just the 7-8, 7-5.
Doesn't really have 10-7 off with the heart.
No. No, it shouldn't have the offsuit ones too often. I mean, he's got 10-9-6 off. He's going to have 10-7 off, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, yeah, I think just call makes a lot of sense. Does elect to call. So far, so good.
And going to what looks like, 0.7 SBR on the turn.
Yeah, it's just going to be all-in call every turn, basically. There aren't any bad. When he check raises, the king and the queen and the ace are no longer really bad cards. We're focused on kind of flopped value and flop draws, so he's unlikely to be using like king queen or queen 10. Yeah, I mean it's just a fine card for us with jack 10.
Yeah.
All in call. Just blocking value as well, like 9s and 6s are going to jam pre-flop. We're blocking the jack 9 2-pair and the jack 6 suited 2-pair. Oh, we're actually not blocking jack 6 suited 2-pair because the 6 of hearts is on the board, but we're not blocking any relevant 2-pairs.
Obviously not an ideal card for Max, but once you get to this stage, it's SPR just way too shallow.
Yeah, not too bad of a card. I don't think Herman is going to be bet calling the flop with something like king 10. I think that's going to go into a check back a decent amount of time. Yeah, calls it off. Going to see like relatively bad news, but it's not the end of the world. You kind of know that you need to get there. And yeah, just happy to see it's not a set or, you know, 10-8 or whatever that takes away a bunch of his equity or a bunch of his outs. He just is live to everything. Hit it. Hit me. King of hearts, hit me. Come on, dealer.
So many outs. Whoa.
Wow, Bricky Brick.
Brickovic. Unlucky.
Yeah, brutal spot there.
Played well.
Nothing we can do, and well played, sir.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Got away from the queens earlier on.
7 Gs down to 4.
Made some very astute decisions, and it's not always something that gets rewarded in tournament poker, unfortunately, but he made a good account of himself and goes home in 5th for just over 7,000, was it?
7,200, I think.
7,200, yeah. And now Max will be the overwhelming chip leader, I guess.
Yes, strong, very strong advantage now. Probably double second.
Yeah, there we can see 57 playing 26, 22 and 21. That is
crushed.
Beautiful spot to be in.
Yep. And I think he'll be taking advantage of the chip lead.
Yeah.
King 10 suited, picking up a nice open. Yeah, big blind. It's going to be an easy defend here with 8-9 suited. Off to a flop. Probably not going to be too many fireworks on a. This hand's not interacting so much, but you never know. Never mind. Take that back. 10 high, 2 spades. Backdoor straight draw and front door flush draw for Fabian. And a strong top pair on a very good board for top pair for Alex. So this is probably going to be another reasonable pot, and we'll probably see you at the river. Goes for the 1/3, which I think is, yeah, definitely fine. Check call. Great turn card for Fabian. Picks up a bunch more outs. Another 6 outs to add to the 9 he already had. Nothing really for Alex to worry about. Only 5-6 suited going to be defending, so 5-6 offsuit should be hitting them up. Pre-flops are not that many combos or straights. Yeah, he's just got a very nice hand to continue here. And I mean, he can definitely shove the river for value on a brick, something like a 7. Or a 3 or a 4 would be better. I mean, he can still have 6-7 here in the big blind, but yeah, certainly able to shove some bricks for value. Nice sizing, really puts Fabian in a tough spot, even with his exact holding. I mean, he's going to be continuing, but is a difficult spot. Fabian could consider a jam here if he thinks Alex is going to be barreling more than he should with some hands like, you know, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, just trying to block some good top pairs and just get folds against those second pairs and some draws. Then Fabian could definitely go for a check shove here. A lot of money in the pot. Does go for the check shove. I like it. Nice equity. And yeah, just immediately put it. You can see Alex in a tough spot. Like, it's very, very difficult to call it off with one pair here. Although it seems like we had a very, very strong hand. Like, do people what do we beat? Like, when he check jams the turn, we're like, what do we beat here? He can have straights. He can have turned like 10-7. He can have those 2 pairs. He can have trapped a set on the flop. He can have trapped like something like 4-3 suited on the flop. But I think there's just not quite enough that we're behind to here, and some of those draws are available. And Alex probably just going to side call it off here, but I really wouldn't be shocked to see a fold. It's a very difficult situation to be in.
It's interesting because usually when you see these turn check jams, they're extremely value heavy.
Exactly.
And it's really impressive to see someone actually...
Yeah, Endrick likes that move.
Yeah. Just seems to be 2 pair plus the majority of the time.
Yeah, and he gets a very, very strong hand to fold there, which is a nice play. So
yeah.
Recovered well from 5 bigs. Was almost out of it. Same as yesterday, guy had 5 bigs, comes back to win. Could be.
That's it.
2 in a row.
Always in the mix. Tournament poker for you. So 4 left here, playing for 25,000 and change. On day 3 of the Pokercode Festival in Banco Casino. We've got the Masters, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, coming up next week. 100k guaranteed, €170 buy-in, multiple day ones.
Yeah.
Great structure.
Great fun, great tournament.
Great tournament, great opportunity, good fun. Looking forward to that one. After about 3 days of sleep. Recharge the old batteries and back in the battling ground.
Yes, absolutely. A couple of days off, go play some golf.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yep, fold. Next hand. Alex shows something. Queen 8. Yeah, fair enough. Last lap. Come on. Hold.
Still Bottas.
Yeah. Should be alright. Perez in third. Nice. Ricardo winning a race. First one for McLaren. That'll be nice. It's been a while. It's going to be absolutely buzzing.
When was the last time he won? Like Monte.
Yeah, Monaco, I think.
Monaco, years ago.
2018, 19.
Yeah, that one where he like lost power and just sort of held it out. Anyway, Ace-3 suited for Max, popping it up.
Yep.
Just absolute free reign to
do as he pleases.
Yes, and Ace-3. Way up there in terms of what he'd be opening in that spot.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 guys sort of hanging around on 20 bigs and max on what, 50 or?
Oh yeah, something like that. The lottie.
Yeah. A king queen offsuit here. Certainly going to be an open, 4-handed.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very strong hand. Yeah, it's gonna be a defend the 10-4 suited.
And 8-7-3 diamond diamond. Not ideal for either player.
Yeah, it's just going to be a c-bet for Fabian.
Do you think he goes for the larger size on this board, or?
He goes for a check.
Yeah.
Fair
enough.
Don't hate it. We've got a pretty good showdown value. We can just improve to pairs. We're going to get check rate. Oh, Ricardo got a faster snap on the
No.
How'd you get it on the last lap?
How? Seeing out the win and just rifles at home. Wow. And turn going check check as well. Improving now to second pair. And Max not really having any qualities in his hand that could be used as a bluff. Probably just going to be giving this one up. He's probably going to assume that his opponent is going to reach the river and improve to King X quite a lot, as he does. It's that sort of check back, flop and turn line. Weighted towards some showdown value and just goes check check again. It's going to be the good news. Leo taking some brutal beats in the sports betting streets.
Yeah.
The leader of the race somehow, I don't know what, like an
Final
adrenaline lap or
yeah,
something.
Coke-fueled rampage. Gets the fastest lap on the last lap of the race.
That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Usually you're just kind of trying
Tyres
to see
like
it out,
30
right?
laps old. And
Yeah,
Jesus.
How on earth has that happened?
Don't know, but I've been absolutely robbed. It's a sim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is salty.
Don't blame ya. Our buy is actually now quite short with the 14. I didn't realise it was that short. I thought it was about 20. Good to see a easy open here with the ace-9. Few too many chips just to open jam. Is that a 2.5x? Interesting, this could be, no, decides to not.
Yeah, a bit weak.
Yeah, even with the blocker, just.
Yeah, suited one's fine or slightly stronger. Ace-5 probably much better. Even. Just more equity when you called.
Yeah.
Interesting board. Top pair versus second pair, nut flush draw.
Yeah.
For Tim as well, so he's going to be very comfortable.
Smashed it,
loving that flop, yeah, probably just going for a third. No real reason to size up. Actually quite happy to face a check raise, so he can just jam the flop. Versus a check raise, I mean, not just like jam the flop now.
No. Slight overplay. 3.5x bowling. See what kind of sizing he's cutting out here. Looks like 225, maybe one more, 250. So 300, about 40% pot. Certainly not going to be seeing a fold. Middle pair, some backdoors. Just taking his time as if he's ever considering raising.
Yeah, not really any other option, but
no,
just considering his range and considering the spot.
Absolutely. Just middle button every time. Lots of action turns here.
Yeah, one of the worst turns
That's
for
an interesting one.
Tim.
Does elect to check it back, and Bricky River 6-7 getting there, which is already improved on the turn. Ace-9 now facing the triple check. What do you think he's going to do here? Like go for some sort of blocky size on the river?
Yeah.
1.5 SPR-ish.
Yeah, 450
Yeah.
I think.
Facing that check again.
Perhaps up to somewhere up to half pot.
Going to realise his hand is pretty good. And what do you think about the big blind's qualities for a check jam here? Do you think it's just slightly too strong?
Too strong. To bluff? Yeah, we don't really rep very much. We don't get to the river this way.
Yeah.
With very many strong hands. So.
Queen Jack suited might just jam pre. Was it like 20 odd effective?
Yeah, might check raise the flop sometimes. Might lead the turn sometimes. Will definitely bet the river sometimes.
Yeah.
Or a good chunk of the time.
Obviously not many sets, so it's kind of two pair and the bottom straight that they'd be representing.
Yeah, and I think all of those just want a bomb. Yeah, it just goes for the half pot.
Yeah.
Just
500k.
500. Yeah. Nice size.
Yep. Does I like to find the call there?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I do think that
can't really be bad, but then what bluffs are we going to see show up there with the bet check bet line?
Personally, I think I'm check folding that spot and just calling things with a more relevant blocker. Like blocking the 6-7 straight is just not really relevant. Blocking pocket 8's not really relevant. Blocking the 8x2 pair not really relevant. Tim can easily just have bet check bet over pairs, top turn, top pair, turn to straight, check for deception, like rivered sets, flopped top pairs. So yeah, and not very many bluffs that are going to want to play this way. His natural bluffs would be ones that want a triple barrel, like king jack, ace jack, king queen, and stuff like that. Picks up a gut shot on a turn, blocks the straight. They're unlikely to take like a bet check bet line. So not very many natural bluffs. He'd have to have some weird like deuces or something under pair to the board. Nice value bet from Tim though.
Excellent. Ace queen now for Max. Mopping up the blinds and antes last time and back in with the raise first in.
Yeah.
Once again, just chipping away at his opponents now. Very clear chip lead. 60 playing 34, 20 and 11.
Yeah, Alex down in the danger zone now. 11 bigs came in as the chip leader, but you know, that's the way tournaments go. Fourth, still not a bad result by any means. Not that he's come fourth yet. I mean,
no.
Yeah, just saying.
Still
at least
some
fourth.
life.
Yeah, at least fourth. Not a bad result. So I think everybody's locked up. 9k, 8k.
Yeah, 9 I think. Yeah.
11 points something next, then 17, then 25.
Starts getting steep.
Hang in there.
Very, very, very tired, but
almost at the finish line.
Almost 4 players to go. 7-5 suited now.
Yeah, it should be opening this one, I think.
With Max in the small.
Yeah, even with Max in the small blind, we just got a nice hand. Like a limp even, you know, it's just VPIP-ing that hand on the button. It's a pretty strong hand. Max is, although he's going to be aggressive, like he's not going to always be aggressive, so.
Yeah.
So
better to target when he is in the small, I guess, as well.
Rather than the big blind.
Kind of caged somewhat.
Nice, I like this open. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Putting the hammer down on the shorter stacks, just really forcing them into like a shove kind of fold situation. They're going to have some defense for that big size, but it's just going to come from suited stuff. He's just getting so much dominating stuff to fold there.
Just leveraging the stack.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the festival coming up. The festival that is the festival. With plenty of tournaments.
Yeah, starts on the 20th of September, week long, just
you name it, it's there.
300k main event, 500 euros, bunch of other stuff, high roller, 1k, heads up.
PLO,
Sveeten, PLO, we got
sports betting, roulette, blackjack.
Lottie, cash games.
Slots, I think there's one as well.
Prestigious slots, world championship of slots.
Exactly, the 2-day slots.
Pocket wheats. Definitely making it in there. Max potentially going to peel here sometimes. Might go for a little free bet with this hand. Oh, it's gone for a 2.5x, so I don't think we're going to be peeling very often, but he definitely might use this hand to free bet. Alright, go for the peel. I think this hand's just a bit weak, and you want to just wield your stack more. Just being very aggressive pre-flop. If you're going to VPIP hands, you don't want to be doing it passively versus uncapped ranges. Really, even in position, you just want to be putting the hammer down pre-flop, getting out of the way versus strong range that's going to play quite like jam or fold pre-flop. Not many hands are just going to defend against the 3-bet at this kind of stack depth. So yeah, I would prefer to 3-bet this hand if we're going to VPIP, but 10-5 suited in the big blind for Bayer. He's down to about 10 or 11 bigs, so contemplating his options here. I think with the button overcall, we just want to fold. Yeah, there's too much dominating stuff in Max's range and in Tim's range. Tim's going to be opening Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited, Ace 10 off, you know, King 10 off. Max is going to be flatting some of those hands on the button too. So the 10-5 is just very crushed, and Ace 5 suited is the one that people like to get in there with as well. So pretty good flop for 8s. Backdoor spades. Only one overcard. Potentially going for a check here. I think small bet would be okay, like just trying to punish the kind of Ace 10 of clubs type hands, like all those Broadway cards with 2 overs. That just have some decent equity, but we're going to happily fold to a bet on the flop. And he also gets continued by some worse hands sometimes. 6-7 suited, some flush draws, and some pocket 5s, pocket 6s type stuff. Yeah, just gets the fold for a little bit of equity. Four-way all in.
King 4 off, just laying down the hammer.
Yeah, I mean, they're all quite bunched up in terms of stack sizes. Tim pulling out a little bit. He's managing to put himself into a solid second at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's effectively the cut-off as well, the King 4 off, so I don't think it's the worst. I don't... If you're just going to be opening every hand, there's no need to open to a bigger size. Generally, like, if you're going to be opening more, you use a smaller size. If you're going to be opening less, you can open to a bigger size because your range is naturally just going to be tighter. So, less raises. Bigger sizes. But yeah, opening everything for a small size, for a big size, is going to work out to be a bit of a burn in the end. Tim just going for the flat call pre-flop, which I like. Like, he's in a dicey spot, getting it in for 35 bigs with the 2 shorter stacks than him against the chip leader. Allows Max to just keep his nonsense range and obviously do a lot of bluff catching, so he's not going to be folding this one yet, and I don't think he'll be folding the turn either. Going to be a check call
for sure.
And now it does get a little bit tough for Max to start bluffing. He does have a big range advantage, but Tim also just going to be quite ace-x heavy here himself. Not very many draws. Not going to be peeling so many backdoors on the ace-high board because he's going to want to be peeling. When you peel backdoors, you generally want to have like overcards or some kind of backup equity. So he's not just going to peel like Jack 10 of diamonds on this board, I don't think. And yeah, 6 on the river probably is also not a good card for Max. It's a very good card for Tim, but it's just going to go check, I imagine. Tim doesn't really get value from anything worse, and
yeah.
Nice. Well played again.
Yep, solid stuff.
So payout's almost 10k locked up. Just under.
Kind of sitting patiently, hoping for some kind of collision.
Yeah.
9 big blinds now, I believe.
Fine at this stage.
Yeah. And yeah, even the King 8 off, just deciding to open fold. Out of position, feels he's going to get ISO'd very high percentage of the time.
Yeah.
Doesn't really want to start playing the out of position guessing game there.
Yeah, fine to fold that one.
Sure.
Yep, another nice hand to open with. Just your worst hands when it's a very high pressure situation for the big blind. Just getting stuff like this to fold. 10 high gets jack high to fold.
Clearing it out straight away.
Yeah, both suits dominated as well.
Uh-huh.
Alex going to be in soon. He's got 2 bigs in the middle now, so he's going to have 7 bigs behind, something like that.
6-ish behind,
this should be an open from Tim.
For sure.
Although the big blind is very short, so I don't mind folding, yeah. I think it's a reasonable fold, actually, when doubling up the big blind is a bit of a disaster. And he's going to get so much, like, either Max is going to open and get it all in against the big blind, or the small blind is going to shove really often anyway, so... it doesn't really matter who the collision is with, as long as there's a collision. It's actually better if it's not with us.
Incentivizing others.
Plus Max being behind to mess with us a little bit. I think
7 suited for, what is it? 7 total?
Yeah.
Right on the line.
Very close. I think we just put this in.
Yeah.
There is still the chance of collision elsewhere. If we fold, us getting an open jam spot, much nicer than calling it off. So I can get behind folding too, but hand is like Queen 8 suited, we'd definitely call. So.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
It's for Max more than enough.
Definitely.
Just going to continue to pick his way through.
Yeah, the short stack, we're just folding all day. Nothing for Alex. See what Tim's saying in the big blind.
The Jack Deuce, of course, letting go as well. And Max continues to chip up. And looks like we're going to have a short break, so we will see you very shortly. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be about 10 to 15 minutes. So the chip up's done. Max Silt's still with the overwhelming chip lead, 51 playing 33, and the two short stacks there, 5 and 15 big blinds. Now up to the 120k blind level.
Yes, bit of action coming, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Did I miss anything?
No, just been doing the chip up.
Oh yeah.
And ready to resume shortly. And no surprise to see Max at the top of the VPIPs there with the 44%, just able to really open almost the deck. Taking advantage of that chip lead.
Yeah.
Buyer down to 5 big blinds, so it's going to be go time for him very shortly.
Yep.
And what are they discussing here? Let's just see.
I would be shocked if
Max agrees to any kind of deal, yeah.
Especially with 4 people left and 5 big blinds, so I doubt they're doing that.
I mean, is there any other reason that Zeus would be on the phone?
Oh,
they food order.
Back in we go.
Absolutely.
How many chips are in play? 200. What was the start? Is that 50k? So 12.5 million-ish. Max has got about half.
Yeah, just 6 or so.
So there's only 100 big blinds in play now. So
yeah, 51 playing 33, 15 and 5.
Yeah. Each big blind starting to be very valuable. Kind of how ICM works. Like in the money stage of a tournament, you can effectively just dice up the remaining prize pool by the remaining number of chips in a tournament, and then you get a dollar value for each chip. And with every person that busts, the value tends to go up because obviously the amount of money remaining is higher share per person when there are fewer people left in the tournament.
But whilst looking at numbers, it usually favours the shorter stacks as opposed to...
Yeah, that's just because of the way ICM's calculated. Because when you calculate ICM, it's not just, oh, you've got half the chips, so you get half the prize pool.
Yeah.
First, ICM pays everybody who's still in the minimum payout. So everybody now, if they were to do an ICM deal, everybody would get paid for automatically, and then it's the rest of the remaining chips and prize pool that gets chopped up and added to the ICM calculations. Because otherwise... there'd be extreme spots kind of like this where Alex is probably, if it was just a straight value chop, he'd be entitled to like less of the prize pool than he'd get for just coming fourth.
Yeah, then just busting next hand, yeah. Probably going to see an ISO or just open jam.
For the shove, yeah, great play.
Yeah.
Just putting the hammer down on everybody.
Absolutely. what sort of hands would you be calling there with Maya so short next in the big blind?
I think it would be like ace king and nines plus, because there's still some future game for him.
The pairs are very
Yeah, I'm not sure about that spot, to be honest. I would have to check, but that would be my intuition. Perhaps. I don't know.
I'd be somewhere around there as well. 8s plus, maybe ace king or something like that.
Perhaps ace queen suited makes it in there sometimes. I don't know. I mean, it's literally any two. Small blind, and we know he's going to be taking any two as well. Don't have to be worried about him giving us a walk with 7 deuce off. It's not happening.
And going to be a shove here with the queen.
Yeah, easy shove.
5 big blinds effective, or actually a little bit less now. 4.
Yeah, king high, definitely good enough.
Yeah, beautiful hand to pick up.
Yeah, less big blinds now as well. I think the queen 7 was maybe a go, but it is what it is. This is he's found himself in a nice spot though now.
Absolutely.
At least last time he didn't have the best hand. This time he does.
Yep. Just hoping to fade some hearts. Straighty cards.
Yeah, there's a few sweaty turns. Fabian's hand actually quite a lot stronger than it looks, although it looks like completely disconnected.
Ooh.
It's just like a 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, all give him some kind of equity. A heart gives him equity. 6 gives him a pair. Queen gives him a pair. There's hardly anything we can hit with king 7. Need a king or a 7, please, dealer. Managed to hold on. That's nice. We'll be very relieved.
Yeah, that's a big sigh of relief there.
Yeah, still down, still only 10 bigs though, so he's not like out of the woods yet. But it does mean that he is no longer last in chips. Fabian down to just 1 million, so down to around 8.5 bigs.
Yep.
So even more fun for now for Alex, because Tim basically can't do anything at the moment. He's just got to sit there and fold every single hand.
Yeah.
Because if he wanted to, Alex could literally just open jam every hand at the moment. Max, sorry, yeah. Could just open jam every hand. Just really puts Tim in the cage. He just like can't call off 30 bigs with jacks or queens.
Almost anything, yeah.
With a 9 big blind and 8 big blind stack. So allows Max to really put the hammer down.
Be interesting to see how Max does adjust to that, if he just decides to open everything, or if he's
so far he's shown pretty solid understanding, especially. Maybe not quite so much when it was like a full table, 9-handed and stuff, but when it's got to short-handed, because obviously cash games he's going to be used to playing 6-max and stuff like that. I think it's been a noticeable difference in his play.
It's been a bit of a clinic for the last hour or so.
Doesn't elect to go for the open jam though. It looks like he's just going to open into Tim's big blind, but he might go for like a 3x or something like that.
Yeah.
Goes for just a min raise, 250.
Ooh, the 9s.
This would be a somewhat strange spot, because Max is very close to being committed to both of the short stacks when he opens, so his range is not going to be full of guys. It's not going to be. I don't think he's going to. This might not be a spot where he literally opens any two. So yeah, Tim might elect to just call. Yeah, it does look like he's going to just call. Shove, I think, would be very, very reasonable play though, and probably the play I would take.
That's what I would take as well.
Yeah. 9 high though.
Whoa, hello.
Finally.
Gonna see a c-bet as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see a c-bet. We might see a heavy amount of bluffing here. This is a board where it's not easy for Tim to have strong hands at all.
Let's check back.
Decides to check back, which I'm quite curious about, but he does realise that this is going to interact quite well with the big blind range of Tim. But yeah, no heart. Yes, so Tim definitely going to be going for a lead here. He still wants to deny equity to kind of hands with 1 heart and the ace-x stuff, which Max is going to have a lot of when he checks back the flop, but Max does just have that middle piece of his range, which snap falls to the bet. Tim will be feeling a little bit disappointed with that one, but yeah, fine hand again. No need to shove every time, but definitely an option that was available to him there. I think that's potentially slightly. I think everybody understands that when they're the chip leader, they can play aggressively at the final table. But playing against the chip leader is something I think that potentially there's like room to have a good edge there. I think playing against the chip leader is a very interesting meta, and it pays to be very aggressive as some of the middle stacks against the chip leader specifically. Sometimes, like I think Tim, this is one of the stages of the tournament where Tim has a good opportunity to get close to Alex, to Max, because he knows Max is going to be in abuse mode, and that's when you can be most confident making plays with your, aggressive jams and aggressive 3-bets and stuff like that, because Max is going to be opening so wide, you're just going to get through so often, and he knows he's going to just have to fold a bunch of his range.
Huge raise fold gap, exactly. Yep.
Combined with us looking very strong in the first place, because we're not supposed to be so aggressive against the chip leader. Thanks. Easy folds for everyone. All in. Again, just like 7 or 8 big blinds effective, you just really put the onus on there. I don't like this at all. It's okay to just give a walk, like you still keep the short stack. If you don't want to take the any 2 jam spot, like the next best option is walk, not
limp with complete.
Limp 8 deuce off. Yeah. You just allow the big blind to realise so much equity, have us crushed a bunch of the time, even with some of his worst hands. And it's so easy for the big blind to stack off when he makes a pair in this line. It's just going to work out this time, but yeah, we should just be jamming the 8 deuce pre-flop and putting Fabian in the bin, being joint last. He's just going to still be very, very tight. Obviously, his threshold for stacking off pre-flop is going to go down, but it's still not going to be absurd. Still, a lot of those like suited queen highs and stuff are going to struggle. This is it. I can feel it. Some big coup this hand.
You reckon?
Mm.
Do you think Tim and
Told you.
Oh, there it is. Do you think Tim and Max are going to do a deal if they were to get heads up?
I don't think so.
No.
Tim could go for a limp. Opening with the 2 short stacks looks insanely strong, but still sometimes you just gotta take it for what it is, and like not like the limp looks any less suspicious.
No, exactly.
But at least there would be conceivably some Jack 10 suited and stuff like that in the limping range that Max can start to take advantage of, and I can see him using this one as a 3-bet. Great spot, and then Tim probably trapping versus the 3-bet.
For sure.
It looks like he's folded though. Yeah, ace 10 off, gonna be a jam, I would imagine. Small blind versus cut off. You're not loving it again, but it's like, we got 7.5, 8 bigs. We got a very good high card hand. We don't have very much choice, so we can't wait much longer than this kind of hand. Tim's still gonna have some weaker pocket pairs in there, some suited ace-x that fold, some king queens and queen jacks, Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited. So we are doing well against his overall opening range. Just running into it this time. Wow,
Whoa.
Finds the fold, which
fold.
I think is just a little bit tight there. It is a spot where Tim's going to be opening tight, but it's not going to be super nutted still. It's not like he's only opening the top 2% or whatever. King Queen going to be probably just a defend. stop and go type thing.
Yeah.
Probably not too much going though, because the boards he hits are just very good for Tim to continue on. So. Yeah, that's just cool. No reason to just jam and run it against a range that's probably not going to fold very often. Brick City.
Brick City, and we'll manage to get away.
Yeah, and Tim just going to come for the one big blind. He might consider checking sometimes if he has the ace of diamonds, but I think this combo definitely just going to want to bet. Yeah, just over, goes for 150, but same.
Yep.
Again, it's just like about efficiency though. Min bet does exactly the same thing. When we have a hand like King Queen with no diamond, like we're going to want to see bet this board. And yeah, one big blind just does exactly the same job. But I think Alex just has to fold. I mean, it's just not a good board at all. No backdoor equity, no flush draw blocker, no nothing good.
Don't really ever have any coverage on that board when we defend off of that stack. It's just
he'll have some like 6-7 suited and some stuff, but yeah, not an awful lot at all. Just a lot of draws. 6 big blinds and 8 for Fabian as well. So, but Tim drawing closer to Max, bringing the fight.
pretty good spot.
Yep. All in.
Love to see a suited ace here. Happy either way, I guess. Ooh, so how
9
many
bigs.
big blinds? Yeah. This is awkward, isn't it?
Still very grim. I think he may just fold.
Yeah. Rather cool, kind of like an offsuit Broadway that might dominate something.
Yeah, just a lot of very close spots for everybody, really. I think, again, this is like... Okay, does call. Yeah, I think the ace is just too good, which, again, like, you can't really fool that. I think you can go either way, but
yeah.
Fabian should be shoving some king highs, queen highs,
Definitely.
you know, some pocket pairs that we flip with, and...
Ooh, there's the 5.
Bit of backdoors, and obviously the chop available, but Fabian not going to be loving that flop.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel nice, but did get there earlier with the king 8 versus the jacks and made a couple of payouts out of that. So
true.
Yeah, 4 would be somewhat justified. Here's a brick though, so we lose Fabian in 4th place. Well played.
GG, well played.
Yeah, good run.
Very solid. Didn't really put a foot wrong.
Yeah, not much you can do with, you know, when you've done everything you can do and you don't win, then
yeah, that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes.
Still goes home with, was it 11-ish K?
No, 9.
9.
10, basically 10.
Yeah.
And now it's like 12, 17, 25. Tidy payday though. 10 Gs.
Absolutely. And Bayer will be very happy to see that. Biding his time. In there with the 5 bigs, surrounded by 50 big blind stacks.
Yeah. Very close now for Tim after winning that one as well. Just a couple of big blinds behind the chip lead, out of position, but he is going to be in position some of the time at least. 3-handed, that's the beauty of 3-handed. Jack 9 off, yeah. I think this goes for 5, 6 bigs. 6 bigs we got, yeah.
Yeah, big blind ante.
Into the queens. Tim finding it at all the right times.
He loves it, doesn't he? Yeah. The aces earlier.
He's just going to call here, try and induce some action behind. Like if he calls and If he calls it Max shoves, it's like a super grim spot, but he's not going to be folding, and it could be tournament over right there.
Yep.
Max finds some pocket jacks or...
Don't think he's going to jam for this many big blinds. Oh, what's that?
Just
2
a raise
million.
to 2 million.
Yeah.
Gets the fold. 2 unders, not great.
Nope.
Not loving it. So there we go. Could be down to heads up, likely.
Like
obviously, the queen's having 2 very relevant blockers to Jack 9 making it straight. So this is not as bad as a flop it looks like when Tim's got 2 of the queens that are needed to complete the straight. The equity's not as high as it obviously would be against a hand like kings. So he's still, yeah, it's not the end of the world. So you'd rather it was a deuce, free high flop.
Oh!
Yeah, even so, like we got, give me my 25%. Let's get there. Come on. Yeah, grim, but we're still live.
Still alive.
It's going to be a deuce on the river. It's the nice thing about him having a straight instead of some other hand. Unblock all the... Oh,
ooh, there
all
it
but,
is.
all but. Unlucky. Small one though, what, 6 bigs?
Yeah, pretty grim, but rather lose that one than huge all-in versus Max.
Running good in the all-in, Spire.
Mm-hmm. Biding his time.
Wasn't expecting to win that one, I don't think.
I think he was halfway out the door,
yeah.
right?
Tim could open this one with Max in the small blind. Good blocker to the big blind. That's what we're looking for, is blockers to the big blinds, rejams really. And Max, just gives the
there
walk.
you go.
Yeah, I mean, don't know why we're not walking the 8 deuce in the other hand, but break, I guess.
Another one?
Seems like it.
For food or something, I'd imagine. Hello and welcome back for the closing stages of the 550 Pokercode Main Event. 3 players battling for the top prize of 25,000 euros and change.
Excuse me.
And I believe the stacks are, so max on about 6 million. How much did Tim have? Something about 5?
Yeah, very close, 5 mil or 5.5, I think.
And then 1 million, well 1.7 actually, yeah.
Oh yeah, he doubled up, didn't he, with the Jack 9, so
that's it.
Yeah, Tim down just below 5 mil.
Mm-hmm.
No was.
Ever ISOing an offsuit ace like this? No, just limping?
Yep.
Still got to respect the fact that...
Yeah, you just don't want to have a deuce blocking folds. When you go for a raise, you're just blocking hands that he auto-folds, so just lowers your success rate slightly, and you just bloat the pot with a hand that's not going to ever perform too well out of position.
Sure.
And if you raise all of your weak aces, then you're just not protected on ace-high boards, so you've got to keep some of it in every range.
Yeah. Interesting to see the bet.
Yeah, holding the deuce as well. I think that we don't want to be betting this kind of board. The 5-6 is going to just interact a lot with the check backs and even some of the weaker queen highs as well. So this board actually does hit the big blind kind of check back range pretty well, because we also know Max is kind of aggressive, so he's going to ISO a lot of ISO a decent amount of stuff. So the stuff that does check is going to be very condensed towards the middle low end of the board.
Absolutely.
King, not particularly relevant to either player, given the action so far. Max is going to use a lot of offsuit weak King X to ISO, things like King 6, King 5, King 4, King 3 offsuit to ISO versus the limp, so the King is not really interacting with him very much. He's obviously not going to peel the flop with most of those, unless he has some kind of backdoor King 7 of diamonds or something like that he could get here with. And yeah, Tim still has the luxury of having traps pre-flop, so he's still relatively uncapped. He can have like aces, kings, queens that he limped, some like king, queen suited and stuff like that, and just gets the fold from Max there, which is a nice play. But I didn't really expect Max to be folding there.
No, neither. So is Tim now the chip leader after that small medium pot?
I guess not.
No.
It was only a couple of big blinds. He just limped and then got one big blind on the flop, so folded the turn. So he'll be getting there, but not quite.
Max probably going to open this one up. Doesn't strike me as a guy that kind of folds 7-6 off on the button.
Nope. And the king 10.
120, 14 bigs.
Yeah.
Definitely pipping in some shape or form, whether it's a call or a jam. I think either are pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
This hand becomes pretty strong, three-handed versus an aggressive player on the button. Looks like he's just cutting out a call, which I think is okay. But I think playing an aggressive re-jamming strategy as the short stack would be a good idea in this lineup, because there's very little ICM pressure on you, and Max is going to be quite reluctant. Both of them are going to be quite reluctant to call off and put themselves back in the middle of the pack, or potentially towards the bottom. If Alex was to double up off either of them, they'd be very close in chips after that. So I think just trying to take down a lot of hands pre-flop is going to be a good idea, and I personally would go for the shove here with the king 10.
Certainly as well. Should be getting feedback on how wide Max is, and how wide he can be in the spot as well. It's not.
Yeah. Oh, absolute nuts board for Tim. Dream flop, and both of them have some little piece of this.
Everyone's got a little piece.
Yeah, the overcard, backdoor straight draw, a 10 high flush draw for Alex, and then the gut shot with the flush draw for Max as well. Goes check, check, check. Unlikely to be a club on the turn, but Jack a bit of an action killer, sadly, for Tim, but
absolutely,
he'd still be very confident he has the best hand. Both Alex not going to be flatting jacks, 3s or 4s pre-flop. Max not going to be checking any of them back on the flop, so Tim still has the absolute nuts. There can be some jack X in both players' range as well. Max, I think, can definitely check back something like Queen Jack of Spades, or even like Ace Jack with the Ace of Clubs on the flop.
3 ways, exactly.
Yeah, and he's. I like the decision to trap from Tim, just inducing Max to start bluffing versus 2 perceived capped ranges, and also just start value betting hands like 10s, 9s, 8s, Ace 4, something like that. So I do like this play, and I hope he goes for the check call, especially against an aggressive player like Max, who's going to be adept enough to value bet 10s again on the river versus the check call. 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, all of those pocket pairs. I think he's going to value bet right down to Ace 4 facing a check call. So on a brick river, obviously. So I think check call will be very nice. Check raise just a little bit too strong. He's going for the check raise though. Yeah, snap fold from Max.
Fold, and he might have pulled the trigger on the river there with.
I think he definitely would, to be honest.
Yeah.
But easy to know when you can see the cards, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Buyer still hanging on in there, just waiting for a spot.
Yep. Nothing to do with 9 deuce.
Exactly.
Tim going to be hitting the limp, I imagine. I think he might have taken the chip lead now after that last hand.
Yeah. 6 million, that's over half. Pocket 5s, 40 big blinds effective.
Yeah. 40 effective. I mean, a check at some frequency would be okay, but ISO the large majority of the time.
Very large.
Yeah, just a 4x.
4.2x or something, yeah.
Nice. Well played. Does benefit just taking it down and denying equity to all of those types of hands that Tim had there.
Offsuit kind of
all that stuff, Jack 8, basically.
deuce suited here. I believe they're going to be about 14 effective or 13 effective. All in, and oh no, a bit less than that, about 11 effective. Should be seeing a call here from the king 10. And all in at risk with the best hand. Great flop for buyer. Going to be looking to dodge some of those sweaty backdoor equity from Silts. And that's a pretty good card. Just one out. Jack of Hearts. And pretty clean. So a double up there to 2.8 million. Max drops down to 3.9. Now Tim, the runaway chip leader.
Anything can happen.
We'll be liking to see that. How's that 2-5 looking on the break? Bit dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sunday daytime game. Not usually going to be the best.
Not the dream, is it?
Nope. Silt's folding the 7-6 off via not going to be V-pipping the 8 deuce. And increase of the chip lead. Half the chips in play. Ace Queen in the small blind now.
Yep, nice spot.
Beautiful spot.
Be opening this one. I don't think there's going to be much limping going on. He might go for a limp jam sometimes or limp raise, but I think.
What are they, about 30 effective or just under?
I think so. Yeah. What's max at now? Is
Max just dropped down to under 4 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So a limp jam. It's a nice stat depth for a limp jam, but it's also a nice stat depth where he can raise and call a jam, and Max is going to feasibly have jams for that stack depth.
Yep. Going to do make it something like. So it makes it 4-2-5, and that's just going to get through. Oh.
3.5. Yeah. Jack 7 definitely on the line. I think Jack 8's like a clear defend, so he might elect to defend this. Looks like he's going for a free bet.
Yeah. Unfortunately, wrong timing as it's just going to get jammed in his face.
Yes, not the hand I would be choosing, but I think it's okay to like take those marginal defends and turn it into a 3-bet bluff. So
yeah, like if you're thinking, oh, this might be the bottom,
yeah,
to try and use that one. going to see the snap fold now, and overwhelming chip leader versus the two 20 big blind stacks. So Tim is going to be able to open a wide range, but obviously 9 deuce off. It's okay just to let a couple go and, you know, incentivize some kind of collision from the other two guys as well. It's not the end of the world. Max limping in with the king 3 by deciding whether to ISO his 6-3 off, decides to check back. With the overcard and some backdoor stuff going on. Going to be stabbing at this one and not going to be seeing a fold.
I agree with those words that you've used. Not gonna lie, I wasn't listening to any of them, but I'm sure they were good.
Right on the money.
Yeah. Limp check. Bet 1 big blind.
Yeah, stab now.
Call 6-3. Yeah. Check and we're going for the
gearing up for the old
double
overcard.
Barrel, just trying to get those 4x and 5x to fold. Yeah, I think the very worst draw we can fold there, just being left with 6. But it does make a very nice one to have on the river to bluff with, because you just leave Max with a load of like double barrels that kind of give up and then auto fold like 10-9 and king 10. And stuff like that, some like ace high flush draws and stuff. So like having just a very bad hand, that the worse your hand is, the more kind of just non-decision hands that you can get to fold, the more effective your bluffs are going to be. So if you're just using really, really terrible hands that can just get a lot of mediocre hands to fold easily, then you're going to make profitable bluff spots for yourself. If you're always just trying to use like one combo down from the nuts to get, you know, or 3 combos down from the nuts to get the second nuts to fold, then you're not going to have as much success. So keeping his range nice and wide there, like he's very uncapped, just being barreled off into as well. So it's kind of credible for him to rep a bunch of stuff there on the river. I don't think Max is necessarily always just going to triple it off, and certainly not with his hand. But there you go. Folding also fine, no problem. Seven deuce, nothing doing. Tim probably going to limp this one. I'm not sure how deep we are now. I'm guessing Max must be down to around 20 big blinds. Oh no, he just won that last pot. So
yeah, won that one, so 25. About 25 or so. So certainly a VPIP.
Probably going to ISO this one. It seems a good hand selection. Nice blocker. Rubbish side card, not very much playability. Gets dominating hands to fold.
Yep.
And Tim probably not going to continue 6-5 off, I wouldn't have thought.
Ace-X on the button as the chip leader. Very obvious open. And Max with the Ace-9 off in small, playing just over 25 effective. Is he going to jam? Is he going to 3-bet? Not all in. Is he going to peel? Just folds. Ace-9 off versus the button. Oh, Sixth Sense. As Bayer wakes up with the 10s in the big blind.
How deep was
25 effective.
just folded Ace-9 off?
Ace-9 off, yeah.
Chip leader, yeah, all in.
Yeah. And Bayer gets one through. Lovely spot to pick up the 10s.
We'll keep on fighting till the end. I can hear it in the background.
Oh yeah?
Here's some Queen.
Oh yeah. And now up to the 150k blind level.
Nice.
So motoring on now, 45 playing 21 and 17 big blinds.
Yeah, so going to be definitely some collisions.
Yeah, getting to the business end now.
Free-handed, hard not to.
King 10 off, looking at around about 16, 17 big blinds.
Yeah, probably just going to go for a limp.
Yeah, what's he staying at there?
Nope, goes for the open.
Yeah, having to raise fold a hand like this is not ideal if you do get shoved on.
Yeah, I think it makes a slightly nicer limp jam. The
Yeah.
2 blockers and or just like limp call. But certainly don't think it's a bad play to open.
No.
Just does mean we have to fold.
Nothing to be done with the Jack 5 off.
Nope. Easy fold.
Let's that one go. And King Deuce suited.
150, so it's about 20 bigs now. 20 bigs effective blind west blind, so probably just going to be a limp.
Which just rips it. 16 effective or so.
It's more, that's like 18.
Yeah.
It's probably not terrible.
Yeah. absolute monster here for buyer on the button.
Yeah.
Ace, queen suited.
It's going to be a min raise.
Yep.
And gets it through. Wah, wah.
Now queen jack for our chip leader. Easy open. And Jack 8 going to be defending the big blind, so going to a 3 SPR. Oh, and it comes Jack high. What a spot for Tim, flopping the best top pair. And it's going to take a pretty funky run out for buyer not to get stacked here, to be honest. He just check jams the flop, and he's going to see the bad news here. It's a huge jam.
Yeah, pretty hard for Tim to end up folding this one, so.
For sure.
Should be heads up any minute.
What's he thinking about here?
Not sure, to be honest. Just working out what hands that Alex shoves with, but yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Eventually flicks it in. Boom.
And
Dead on
that
the turn.
will be the end of that. Good run for buyer. Bided his time, found the spots. And will be rewarded with a third place finish.
Yeah, 12,000, something like that, euros. Not bad at all.
Great weekend in the office.
Came in as the chip leader today, but third place, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm sure he'll be bittersweet about that result.
Yeah, he got about the most as he could out of it.
I think so, yeah. Here we are, heads up for the win. 25k up top, just over, and of course the trophy. 17k and some change for second. I think pretty significant chip lead for Tim. He's going to have about 9 million against 3 million, so about 3-1 advantage at the moment. Blind 75k, 150, 75, 150k, so 20 bigs effective. Max going for the limp trap, but just met with a check by Tim, so we'll get to see a flop. And Tim loves to flop a pair there. Still a pretty good board for pocket fours. Actually, like because Tim's going to just ISO a lot of ace x, king x pre-flop. It's actually a deceptively good board for pocket fours. What's up, my friend? So yeah, Max is going to be quite happy with this flop so far, and obviously Tim going to be aware that Max is going to have some traps in there pre-flop, but still a pretty good board for his hand. So I'm going to be happy to just check call this one. He's not going to be folding the turn either if Max does choose to bet, but I imagine Max is just going to end up checking this one back. Don't think he really needs to start bluffing a pair just yet. He's going to have enough like unpaired hands that he can use to bluff, and also Tim's just going to have enough hands that also aren't a pair yet that fours are ahead of, lots of flush draws and some hands like Jack 10 off and stuff like that, so not necessarily needing to bet, but it looks like he's going for it. Potentially just trying to get 7x to fold, but starting to rep somewhat of a thin range when he doesn't open pre. Really relying on like having those traps in there, but we have seen him be pretty aggressive in terms of like opening first in, so.
Gone for an absolute bomb.
Yeah, he has gone for a bomb, so turning it into a bluff, just trying to get 7x to fold, put pressure on king x, maybe get some draws to fold. Just clean up his equity a little bit. It is a very draw-heavy board, a whole array of bluffs for Max to choose from. Tim, I guess, just decides that blocking Jack 10 and Queen 10 maybe not so good. He likes to fold that one. Think it's fine. It's going to be hard to take the pressure there. Yeah, I think in a theory perfect world we want to just defend again on the turn when we unblock so many clubs and spade combinations, and there are so many combinations for Max to choose from. No raise pre-flop. Yeah, it's going to be plenty of bluffs in that range, so you do have to defend very wide heads up. Just two players playing like 85% of hands, so interesting to see what kind of strategy Tim decides to use on the button. I imagine he's just going to be limping a lot of this kind of stack depth. Max probably just going to check this one back. Not too much sense in ISOing a hand like Jack 10, getting shoved on and just having to fold a hand with pretty decent equity. Jack 10's quite a strong hand, heads up, but once again, he's going for it. Just taking the aggressive option often. So first couple of hands both go Max's way, chipped up a little bit, probably up to around 4 million now. But still a big advantage for Tim.
Back to back Jack 10.
Almost the exact same. Yeah, strange that he chooses to limp a hand like fours that needs a lot of protection, benefits from just getting a load of folds from the kind of disconnected 2 overcard hands, but is ISOing these hands like Jack 10, opening these hands first in, the ones that are kind of less happy to raise fold. Like fours is just easy to raise call, and Jack 10 you don't really want to like ISO it, get shoved on, or open the button and get jammed off for 20 bids, because the hand has pretty good equity, so it makes sense to me to switch those hands around, put fours in the opening range and the Jack 10 in the kind of passive option. But
going for the larger pre-flop sizing as well with the 350.
Yeah, a little bit of a size up. Goes for the 1/3, slightly over 1/3. Not really anything to continue there for Tim, a bit frustrating, but
Yeah, not much to be done.
yeah, he wants a little bit of a backdoor at least, really.
Yeah.
So this is why you're forced into continuing so much when like you're just missing flops left, right and centre, heads up. So when you do make pairs like that 7x, it's important to make sure you're defending the right amount, otherwise you end up just folding your way to a loss. Heads up, you do have to just be very aggressive and very bluff catchy.
Especially versus someone that's going to find those kind of counterintuitive bluffs, or you know, just seems to never really take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah. Once you know somebody has bluffs in there, in most lines, you gotta just start
Putting
hunting
your foot
them.
down.
Yeah, you gotta start hunting them out, looking for those bluffs. I'm alright, man. Thanks. I'm happy with my. Oh, I'll have another water. Yeah, nice one. Thanks. Yep, standard open here. Oh, yeah, does go for the open. Nice. Again, I think a trap would be reasonable with a hand like this. Nice equity. Get Max to bloat the pot with some worse hands out of position, even for value, and just a very nice one to limp jam. Great flop for Tim. Should be pretty happy to just range bet this for a quarter. Check his option. Yeah, definitely preferred. We've known Axe likes to continue pretty wide sometimes. That 10-9 off earlier with the on the like 8 high board with no backdoor. So wouldn't be shocked to see him defend something like 7-6 with a diamond here, potentially going for a check raise.
Looks like he's cutting out raising chips.
Yeah, I think if we're going to continue, this is the way to do it. Just starting to pressure king high, queen high, 10 high, some pocket pairs that aren't an ace, some of those flush draws to target them on the turn, and
wraps around the 8 nicely as well. Got some
against an aggressive player, Tim just definitely has to call this one.
Yeah, and just not let go basically.
Yeah, just not having any diamonds is nice.
Yeah.
And that's about as much as you can look for in a bluff catcher at the moment. Blocking a 10-8 suited is nice, blocking an ace-8 suited, but unlikely that Max is going to always raise those. He also might take a passive option with an 8 sometimes. Don't know if he's just going to start snap barreling flushes or 8x on the turn. He's just doing a quick count. Okay, I thought he was just reaching for a bet instantly. This is a turn he's just going to want to continue bluffing on though. Good turn for his overall range. His bluffs on the flop are just going to contain a lot of flush draws, so anytime the flush completes, he's just has to keep bluffing with a hand that's 7 high with a diamond flush blocker.
Absolutely. And what's the sizing here? Something like
900.
Yeah, 900.
Kind of a weird 40%er. Oh, 700.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so just the third pot makes a bit more sense. Still getting tough spot for Tim. Just really beating an air ball at the moment, some kind of one diamond hands, but you do have to understand that a player like Max is going to be capable of having those hands and just using some hands like 10-9 suited with a backdoor at 10-9 of clubs that blocks some 8x and has some good backdoors. So you just have to kind of close your eyes and assume that the bluffs are in there and go, okay,
flick the call in,
yeah,
and strap up the seatbelt.
Yeah, now Max also just going to be worried that he's kind of strengthened the range quite a lot of Tim by just barreling twice here. So Tim, obviously weakest hand is going to be ace-x. Nice one, thank you.
Thanks.
Tim's weakest hand by now is just going to be ace-x. Kind of annoying river for Tim because he no longer beats some like weird ace-x that was going for kind of some strange mergy range like ace-5. But it's not going to be too much of a concern. But yeah, Max is going to realise that he's probably potentially backed himself into a corner against quite a strong range, but then the majority of Tim's range is just going to be ace-x hands because he opens ace-x pure pre-flop, just has a bunch of combinations of those. But he is going to have a lot of 8x himself. He's going to have flushes. All the suited combos are in there. Yeah, pulls the trigger.
A tough spot.
Great bluff. Blocking 8-6 suited, blocking some 7-8 off, blocking a tenuous flush that might potentially limp. I mean, Tim's not going to raise that many suited combos with a 7 in pre-flop when the ace of diamonds is on the board. It's not like he's like king 7 maybe only, but queen 7 and suited and stuff like that's just going to get limped. So the 7 of diamonds blocker not really very relevant in terms of blocking any of Tim's range. And the 6 of spades, I mean, blocking 8-6 of spades again, it's not super relevant. So I mean, the hand choice was good on the flop because it's just one with good backdoor equity, and that's kind of what you're looking for. But yeah, it does get the fold. Does get the fold, pulls the trigger, shows the bluff.
Very well played.
Nah, it doesn't show the bluff, I don't think. Ballsy. So back pretty much level now. About 40 bigs each, so it's actually relatively deep. Should be a decent bit more raising now at this stat depth, 40 big blinds, like a bit less limping. These kind of offsuit blocker hands a bit better now. They were previously better as limps at shorter stack depth. Easy defend for Jack 9. Bit of a whiff for everybody. Some tenuous backdoors for Tim, but not enough to continue. So Max probably just going to see bet get it through here. Check on a flop. Interesting. And then Max Tim turning a pair, which is going to give him the best hand a lot. Max should just see bet a king every single time all king X gets see bet. So Tim should be absolutely loving this turn, really just losing to a better jack at this point. Some weird traps, maybe pocket kings. Yeah, protected by having queen X as well. He's sorry, having jack X and king X. He's just going for the lead. Gets the job done. Just trying to get value from those ace high draws and some like queen 10s and stuff like that didn't bet the flop. Queen 10s, ace 10s, ace queen. Not blocking any of them. Tim's definitely going to be opening this one.
Absolutely premium, heads up.
Yeah, no limping with this. Going to be an easy defend, king eye.
Yep.
Yeah, you're just defending so wide, heads up.
Only one Broadway.
Equities are a lot closer. Just you have a big advantage being in position, so king a8 though, great flop for Max, absolutely smashes it.
Yep. No backdoors or anything.
No backdoors, no, and Tim probably just going to come in for the range bet again for a quarter. I imagine ace high just the best hand so often on a board like this. Pair board does go for the check. I think that's a fine option as well.
Yeah. With his particular hand and the qualities of it.
Yeah, and he can just check back some king x. He can check back an 8 sometimes if he fancies it, but. Max checking again on the turn. Can't see Tim starting to fire now. No real need. No, doesn't really get protection from much.
It's great showdown value.
Yeah, blocks some draws that might call queen 9, 10, 9. But it looks like he is just going to go for a little protection bet. 350 into 850 by the looks of it. Don't really. It's just unnecessary and yeah, a bit too big and just doesn't really target anything. We're just getting value from three hands that we like three hands, two of which we block, 10, 9, queen 10.
That's it.
And then obviously like jack x and king x and some 8s. So yeah, queen on the river. He might decide to bluff this one now, blocking those draws that got there, but he doesn't. Yeah, just takes his showdown value. Yeah, I think just a bit of an unnecessary bet on the turn there. Just happy to check that one down.
And slogging it out, 40 big blinds apiece.
Just what we wanted.
A nice long old match between two friends, I believe. Tim obviously could have had it won, but very difficult to call the ace there. That was a really rough spot.
Yeah, I think most people are just going to end up folding now on the river.
Mm-hmm.
Might just elect to fold this one.
Yep, the old 10 Dewey. Rather jovial atmosphere between the two.
Pressure's off a little bit.
Yeah, I guess playing against a friend.
Yeah, and you've already locked up a decent score.
Absolutely.
Have a look at the Hender mobs and see what they're saying.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what the biggest scores are, etc.
No, they're just playing for it. Yeah, gonna play it out. Tim, 13k on the Hender mob.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, best score was 10k of that.
Yep.
Which was 5th place in just 220 deep stack at King's Casino.
Right.
5th place. And then just a couple
Most
of
his
not
stuff
played
PLO
much.
or is it Hold'em?
No, it's all it's just 4 Hold'em tournaments, and they were all years ago, 2017, 2016. So
yeah,
just doesn't play much,
player.
I guess. Yeah, online grinder. And Max probably has a few results.
You'd imagine so, yeah.
Oh, 21k on the Hender mob.
Really?
4k the biggest cash, yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
Just online grinders.
I would have said I'd have taken the over on 6 figures for sure.
No result since 2019. So both of them going to be getting their biggest score, regardless of what happens. It's always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Another flag.
Yep.
Living the dream.
Ace jack suited.
This chancer.
Who's asking?
You want some?
Popping it up. Let's see what Max is working with. Nada. So just a bit of back and forth. Oh. Looks like there might be some negotiations taking place.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Floorman being called over. Maybe having a look at the numbers. Might both just decide to say, look, chop it up.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Good friends. Back and forth, both very solid players. It's
Over 20 bags each as well.
yeah, be about 18, 19.
Bit more,
a bit
17
more than that,
and
wouldn't
25, and it's 42s, be 21 each.
it? Mm-hmm.
A little bit over.
So I guess there's a multiple amount of deals that you could do in these kind of situations. Do you leave a little bit to play for? Do you just do the straight chop?
Yeah, then flip for the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could do a straight chop, you could do ICM, could just do, let's leave 5k up top and play,
Yeah.
you know, chop the rest.
Yeah.
Get about 18k each, play for 5k, something like that, but break.
And we'll be back very shortly. And welcome back. So looks like there's been a deal that's been agreed. Max has agreed for 18,913 euros, and Timo with 19,395. They're playing for 4,256. So both guaranteed about 19k.
Yeah, not much of a deal really. Bit strange, but
yeah. Don't really see why they'd do that instead of just playing for the normal prize pool, but I guess it's a few thousand difference.
Yeah.
Still going.
Eight of spades. Gives him like the super straight. And
yeah, that would be the card to see the chips flying in.
yeah, I like the what size has he gone here? I'd like to go a bit bigger. Looks like a I think we want to just be sizing it up here. Go for perhaps an overbet or at least a pot size bet. Just trying to put maximum pressure on those like 4x, 6x. Put some pressure on some 9x. We've got great blockers. Can get called a big bet by some flush draws that end up folding the river, and same with some hands like Queen Jack. Just all the like 6-7s and 9-7s and stuff like that. So we prefer to size up, but like to bet King of Clubs on the river. Great river for Tim to continue bluffing. Like to see it like a pot size bet again.
Yeah, great blockers in his hand.
Great unblockers as well for the folds.
Exactly. No spade. See if he can find the trigger. Looks like he can. What sort of sizing are you imagining between 1.5 to 2.5?
Yeah, I'd like to go very big. Looks like it's going for 1.5.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. It's about the smallest I'd want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Max hand, pretty bad qualities as a bluff catcher apart from blocking the nuts.
Yep.
Just having the spades is not great. Blocking some bluffs as well. Like obviously Tim's going to use some hands that just have a7 in to bluff with.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you want to be bluff catching with like pairs in this spot basically, not ace highs with any blockers. I don't think. If it does anything, I think a shove would be the play. Which would be really frustrating when you're Tim, because you've just got this amazing hand with such great blocker qualities that it's almost like you're very sure that Max is going to be bluffing you often, but you can't call because you've got Jack high. So does shove, I love it.
Wow, that is relentless. What a beast.
Snatched back. He was like a 3-1 disadvantage at the start.
Yeah.
Heads up not long ago.
Yeah, exactly. But just, I mean, that's a world-class play right there to find that. Following the Charlie Carroll school of thought. Not a believer in the blockers and unblockers, just...
All in.
Yeah, just
what are you going to do about it?
Exactly, there you go, mate. And that's...
I got a 7.
Give me
Have
the
it.
triangle dealer.
Yep. Tim probably going to limp this one. He's getting down towards sub 30 big blinds again.
Yep, looks like a call. 8 suited, no need to do anything but just check it back.
Check. Dominating draw now for Max, having the pair.
Yep.
Blocking two of the clubs that get him collared. Tim probably can just check this one back as well. Queen high, got enough showdown value, just gets to realise his equity. But I think betting would also be fine, just, you know, trying to pressure some deuce X with no draw. Something like 10 deuce of spades, but I think those are likely to just continue anyway, so slightly prefer a check.
Just under half.
Yeah, Max obviously just nervo holding.
Raising by the looks of things, that's at $1 million. What do you think he's trying to achieve here, just to set up some...
Yeah, I mean, Tim can be betting some hands that are... He's obviously not going to have very much ace-x when he checks back the flop.
9x.
So he can have a lot of 9x, he can have a lot of kind of weaker pocket pairs and draws. And Max is just trying to put max pressure on those hands, like really charge draws for their equity, potentially get some like pocket sixes to fold, some 4x. It's just even putting pressure on like any pair that's not an ace. Basically 9x is kind of in a horrible spot unless it has a flush draw. Tim can just have a lot of hands that are very strong though, like, you know, 9x of diamonds, ace-x of diamonds, and just a bunch of like very strong flush draws that he's happy to call, but I don't think he's going to be folding this one in position.
Oh, and he shoves.
Interesting play.
Wow. And Max now in a really tricky spot.
Yeah, he's like, oh dear.
Yeah.
What have I done here? Yeah, and now when you're Max, you just have to think about the properties of your hand and how Tim wants to play hands in his range. Does he want to shove like ace-9? Probably not. Strong enough to just cool down. Does he want to shove sets? Probably not. Strong enough to just cool down. Do we block some stuff? Yes, we block some of the weaker two pairs that are likely to shove because they need protection. Something like 9 deuce suited that's turn 2 pair. But he's not going to have very many anyway. When it goes check on the flop, which is what Max was kind of preying on when he goes for the check raises, that Tim's range just doesn't contain that many strong hands, and then turn doesn't really improve many of his hands to a very strong hand either, apart from like 2 combos of 9 deuce of spades, 9 deuce of hearts. Like, he's not really left with very much value at all, pocket 9s, but he's just going to c-bet the flop with those hands. So I think Max might end up at the conclusion that this is just going to be very draw heavy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because
like
against
he's not going to 3-bet jam the turn with just top pair.
Yeah,
as
like
well.
ace king. There's just no need, because against an aggressive player like Max, you just got an amazing bluff catcher. You just have a snap call every time the river's a brick, and on a lot of cards that aren't a brick. So
yeah.
Yeah, and Max is obviously going to have good equity against... The problem is like, when Tim has like 9x of diamonds, like I said, but I just don't think he's going to shove those. They just have an easy call. Ace-x of diamonds has an easy call. King, queen of diamonds, you know, like, this is just going to be a lot of like 5, 6 of clubs and stuff like that. I think even those might start betting the flop though. So there's not very many hands in there, and I'd be really struggling to find value for him here.
Yeah.
So perhaps Max ends up finding the hero call. Yep.
Yeah, and finds it, and this is going to be a 70-30 for the title.
Yeah, just needs to fade a queen, a 7 or a club.
Yep.
And the job is done.
And there it is.
Boom, jack of diamonds on the river. No help for Tim.
That
Max takes the title.
Yep.
Congratulations,
Champion
Max.
of the Pokercode Festival 550 main event, Max Siltz.
Very well played by both guys. Could have really gone either way there at the end. Max just kind of putting his foot down a bit more there and really firing through some very nice aggressive bluffs.
Absolutely.
Getting the job done.
But both played the final table, I believe, really well.
Yeah, over here they'll be delighted with that score, I'm sure, both of them. A little bit of a chop. Tim gets a couple of extra grand that he wouldn't have got in the first place.
19k each, and then 4 on top for Max for
yeah.
winning that heads up. So, it's been a marathon, but we've had our winner, Max Siltz, and thanks very much for joining us. Coming up next at Banco Casino, the Banco Masters, the 170, 100k next week. We'll be in town for the final table next Monday. Multiple day ones. Check out all the information at bancocasino.sk. Thanks very much for having us, and we will see you very soon.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.